I call this special meeting to order at 6 o'clock. This special meeting for Thursday, May 7th, 2026 for budget deliberations. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will. Michael Bowles, are you on the phone?
I am here.
Stephanie Nowers. Here. Dee McKee, I am expecting. Maxwell Sumner.
Present.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff is running a couple minutes late. Ron Bernier.
Present.
You do have a quorum.
Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Mike, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
For which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We don't have a sign-up sheet, so you just have to open it up.
Okay. We have reached the audience participation. This is your opportunity to speak to the assembly about any topic. Everyone wishing to speak under audience participation will have 3 minutes to testify. And at this time, is there anyone that would like to speak? Is there anyone on the phone? Anyone? Okay. Madam Clerk, please read the legislation into the record.
Ordinance 26026, an ordinance appropriating monies from the central treasury for the borough operating funds, enterprise funds, education operating fund, and capital funds, establishing the rate of levy for all borough functions for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027, and setting the surcharge rate for the wireline and wireless enhanced 911 systems for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027.
Member Nowers, will you please move the legislation?
Be happy to. I move to adopt ordinance 26-026.
Assembly Member Sumners, do you want to move your first motion?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Is there any discussion?
I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund non-departmental education operating 44.220 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $1,560,662 and decreasing the area-wide fund non-departmental capital transfer 446.700 appropriation by the amount of $1,800,000 and eliminating the Talkeetna Elementary roof replacement project, and the education fund non-departmental by increasing both transfers from other funds area-wide 367.110 and education operating 406.100 by $1,560,662. This will reduce the mill rate by 0.015, and I could speak to it.
This is amendment number 1, and I don't know what's going on with our mics. Can you guys hear us out there at all?
I can hear you over the phone line.
I think he turned down a volume thing during the pledge.
Test.
Can you guys hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. You want to take it out of ease?
I cannot hear Lonnie. I can barely hear Lonnie.
Assemblymember Bowles, we're having an issue inside assembly chambers. We might do an add-ons while we try to fix it, but Assemblymember.
You're good now.
Assemblymember
Yep.
McKee just showed up.
You're supposed to let the record show them.
Let the record show that Assembly Member McGee showed up at 6:04.
Oh, and
Are we speaking to Assembly Member Sumner's amendment right now?
Not yet. We're having a technical I think, can you guys hear us now?
Okay.
Let the record show that
Yes.
Demetrius Fonoff was here at 6:01.
And let the record show, I should be at a cocktail party in Soldotna with the Secretary of Education giving a speech, but I found out, because remember I missed one of the assembly meetings, one of the public hearing things? I was way off, so I thought tonight was that. And then I found out that there might be a vote. So here I am. Yeah,
Can I explain what we're
I'm
doing?
not at a
Yes,
cocktail.
Assemblyman Sumners.
Yeah, I mean, since we had some technical difficulties and some assembly members walking in, should I repeat the motion?
Sounds good.
I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund non-departmental education operating 445.220 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $1,560,662 and decreasing the area-wide fund non-departmental capital transfer 446.700 appropriation by the amount of $1,800,000 and eliminating the Talkeetna Elementary roof replacement project. And the education fund non-departmental by increasing both transfers from other funds, area-wide 367.110, and education operating 406.100 by $1,560,662. This will reduce the mill rate by 0.015. And I can speak to it if you would. Yeah. So essentially, in the a joint committee, school board and assembly committee on funding issues, we determined that the state was going to, because of increased assessments, going to pull back $3.289 million. The manager's proposed budget had, I think, about $1.7 million in additional funding from last year. This is the other $1.56 million that would bring them to that $3.289 million. And that is the amount of money that was indicated that would retain student-teacher ratios in the classrooms. So this is basically kicking the can down the street 1 year on the Talkeetna roof replacement project and transferring the money that we would have spent on that, it's already budgeted for, into the operating budget for the school district so they can retain classroom teachers. Now, I'm sure if you guys are following along in Juneau, you've seen that there is, on the proposed budget, somewhere around $20+ million that would be coming to the school district. It would be my intent, and hopefully the assembly's intent, that if that windfall came to the school district, that this money would be given back to the assembly to spend on the Talkeetna roof project. Kick that off as soon as possible if they were to get additional funds. But of course, we cannot count on that because there is a potential veto.
This is amendment number 1.
This is Mike, if I could speak.
Yes, Mike. Assemblyman Bowles.
Thank you through the deputy mayor. I think this is a very sensible amendment. I think Assemblymember Sumner did a very good job on this. I can get behind this 100%, and I appreciate the work on this.
Yes, Assemblyman McGee.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I think the timing, at least in my mind, might be a little backwards, because if we're talking about Juneau still deliberating, we don't know what's going to come out of there. They may say, geez Louise, we hit the jackpot with the oil money. Maybe we're going to give you folks everything you want and then a little bit more. Possibility, just as equally possible as the other thing. And we won't know. And I'll tell you what, once you give a dog a bone, not dogs, he's not going to give it back to you very easily. So when you ask, say, well, we'll want that money back if the state gives the money, it's like, I don't think so. I think we could just as easily say, well, you know what, if the things don't come through that you think they are, then we'll talk about it then. But it's hard to take it back once you put it out there.
Yes, Assemblyman Sumner.
I guess my response to that would be that if the school district wanted the Talkeetna roof replaced, we would just tell them what we already paid for it once.
I just missed that. It sounded really clever, but
you're sorry.
No. We give it to the school district.
So this is transferring money that we were planning on spending to replace the Talkeetna roof, which needs repairs, and transferring to their operating fund so they can retain teachers. if they get a sudden windfall of money and they don't give us this money back to replace the Talkeetna roof, well, then I guess they just don't get a new roof on the Talkeetna Elementary, which they will definitely need.
Definitely, he'll
So
be sitting there in
I
snowpants.
think that, we have, there's a partnership. We work with the school district. We don't work against them. I mean, I trust that they would, if they had a windfall from the state, which they won't know until after our budget's passed and their budget's passed, because there's the potential for a veto, that they would give us the money to back so we could repair this roof. I don't think we need to make it more complicated than that. We can just work together on it.
Well, I just think that things in state of uncertainty, I'm keeping the purse closed until I find out what is or isn't happening. That's how I feel about that. And we do have a partnership, yes, but given my long experience as a negotiator, your adversary is almost in an adversarial relationship when you're across the table from somebody who wants something from you and you want something from them. That's called adversarial. So you make it as nice as you can, but it still is, each side has interest. So I'm not sure that I'm in favor of that. Just saying.
Assemblyman Faunoff, and then
Yeah, Miss Mickey, that actually makes you make a very valid point. Once we raise this up, it does give a new floor for next year. So I don't know if there's a gentleman agreement, or however it could be discussed. Now is a good time, I think, to do it. Like if we're shifting this money that was dedicated for, this is I think our third year that we're doing major capital improvements. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's what it is. And we've been pretty steady with that amount of money. And I would honestly hate to see that stop. However, increasing mill rate would be also not a thing. Deputy Mayor, can you ask whoever's on the phone so they can mute their phone when they don't talk, because it's really annoying here, so I can continue?
Mr. Bowles. Anyone else?
Yeah, my phone is muted.
Thank
No,
you.
it's not.
Madam Mayor, if you're on the phone, if you wouldn't mind muting your phone.
Okay, there's no noise here, but I will.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So how does it set the precedence for next year? Is the school board going to think, okay, well, this is now baked in. We're going to take this as a starting point and ask for a certain increase. So I'm not for or against in this case, but I almost want to see if they do get the money, do you feel like they would make that commitment, because they can with their money that they would get, they can make that roof replace. It's just we chose a little different strategy by doing it ourselves. So I don't know if Mike, I guess the question manager, has there been a discussion at all if that was to happen, that roof replacement? Could it be still? Could it still continue? Would we have a certain amount of money that we are left for the design is completed, so that there is move forward with that? So we kind of don't give up the money and don't get the roof replacement, and then people will always find a way to use the money. That's just a reality. So that's kind of, I want to know how we can not protect ourselves, but make some kind of, I guess, maybe clear that this is the intent here.
So through the deputy mayor to Mr. Faunoff, I think the way this ordinance is written, one, it does not provide any allowance by moving it into operating to start a design for Talkeetna Elementary roof. I think if the district gets the money, I believe we're in a good position where that money would then go to the Talkeetna Elementary roof, which means it would not create a new floor for the operating budget because that money would be transferred back out and into capital. To make that happen. So I think it's safe in that regards, and I think there's enough assurances, because I think the intent has been expressed on the record that that's what we want to see happen if that windfall does come through. If it doesn't, the district has the money and they have the certainty to keep teachers in the classroom.
If this moves forward, is this something that then the other body would have to vote on, or is there a mechanism in place between the superintendent and managers to just make that work, I guess?
Yeah, through the deputy mayor, I think from a separation of duties perspective, if you will, using that term, it's best if we don't get into the business of trying to tell the school district how to spend the money. I think there is an element of they are elected officials and you give them the latitude to do that. Your leverage, of course, next year, if they don't follow through for some reason, is you control the power of the appropriation next year. And it's not like we're going to forget. So I think that's why I think it's safe, because you're going to know that going into next year. We're going to have committee meetings to talk about funding going into next year. So there's going to be ongoing dialogue throughout the fiscal year before next year to see if the money from Juneau comes through, if there's no veto, and they're able to kind of right the ship, that this money can go back to capital and complete the roof project. I think this is a reasonable approach.
So obviously, I can't ask the other body how they will vote, but I can ask Ms. Mejia, I can ask Mr. Sumner, who's sponsoring this amendment, Mr. Gamble here, the rest of the body that's here. Would you be willing to, if, I guess our intentions is not being followed through, that we hold them to that standard? Is that something that I could get a verbal commitment from this body at least?
So, if I could speak to that.
I have my light on.
Assemblyman Bowles, Stephanie Nowers is up.
Okay.
So I had a question about the Talkeetna project. So worst case scenario is the funding doesn't come through from the state. We don't move forward with that this year. Is there somebody who can speak to kind of what implications that would have as far as cost if it doesn't get done this year? Is that a project that, is gonna accelerate the damage that's done to the roof, so it costs us a lot more if we wait a year? Or is it something that, the belief the roof can kind of hold out and except for inflation can wait another year if that happens?
Is that a question to staff or the school district?
Whomever, yeah, school district or staff, if we can answer that.
Good evening, Assembly. For the record, Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the Mat-Su School District. I can't provide a lot of detail regarding the Talkeetna roof need, but this is not a new need. So the roof has needed attention for some time. I wouldn't anticipate an escalation of costs based on a year's delay. I mean, there are leaks that are happening. We're dealing with them. That has been going on for the last few years. So it's not as though there won't be any costs, but they're manageable. We're dealing with them right now. And again, other than the cost of everything seeming to go up from year to year, I don't anticipate that a delay would be a significant financial impact.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yep. So I think that this is a very good amendment. It keeps teachers in their positions, which we need. It lowers the mill rate, which we want. And as far as the roof project, absolutely, I would support Assemblymember Fanoff on that. I mean, in my mind, this is a win-win all around, right? We want teachers to stay in those positions, and we want to lower property taxes. So I think that it would be a good idea to support this. And then if the roof project becomes an issue, we can address it at that time. But I don't think we should, I don't think we should teeter this amendment off of the what if the school board doesn't agree to this in the future. I think we should just address that in the future if that's a problem. But we have a pretty darn good working relationship with the school board.
Thank you. Dee McGee?
Yep. We go through this every year, and I do not understand this. I really don't. When I have a budget at home, I know how much I spent. If I overspend it, I'm screwed. That's not the right word. I'm in trouble. I don't have any more money. But we do this every year, and I don't understand that. It's like, you guys have to have a balanced budget. But yet every year it's, oops, my bad, did it again. Here we are, needing more money. And when we say that we don't have the right for us to ask questions, well, we're the only conduit other than the school board to what is being spent. We know what we're giving it, but it's like giving it blind. I'm not comfortable with that. So I don't understand if Cheyenne, I've known her for like 4 years. If she were doing, I don't know who your CFO is, but if it were Cheyenne, I'm not sure that would be happening. No offense to whoever that is, but what causes this to happen every year? We say, whoops, my mistake, my bad. Give us some more. It hamstrings us in being able to say why we're not giving more or we are giving more. We can't really say why we're doing this if we can't see where it's going. And I don't mean to be so, I am upset about this because we do this every year and it's harsh words and it's hard things to hear, but the public needs to know what is it that we're doing that we can't plan this stuff. I know the state funding and all that, but that's there. But there's got to be something that says this is kind of the holy grail right in here, and nothing can touch that, and that should be honored. And when Ole Larson famously, and if he were here, he'd know I say, because I say it out loud. He gets after me for getting after administration, but like I was looking at salaries. You can correct me, Dr. Tenney, if I'm wrong, but in the figures that I got, and I may take a minute or two here, but that's what we're here for. That's why I'm not having a cocktail in Soldotna. Is your salary really $239,510? Yeah. And benefits on that at 40% would be $95,804, which would make a grand total of $335,314 a year. I like you're a nice guy, highly educated, highly motivated, but according to this, that is 66% higher than the average for this job in the state of Alaska, and it's 47% higher than this job at the national average. Guy sat on this assembly a couple of years ago, and he famously said, well, Dee, if you keep voting down the budget each year, the cream always rises to the top, and if you cut down on the amount of money that you put in there, the cream is still going to rise to the top. That just means the lower down echelon gets less. So, and then I was looking at $500 a month auto, $100 a month personal cell, $25,000 or somewhere in there bonus, 36 days annual leave. And if you take that whole salary package, the $335, $314, that's like $1,289.66 a day, and that's pretty good money. So there is one principal here who actually took a cut in pay. There are probably more, but I know that she did because she wanted the money to go to the school, to the classroom, to the kids. And when I look at that high salary, and it's uncomfortable for me to say that, just please know that. When I look at that, and then Katie, what do you make, Katie? It's all public record. I just didn't have time to check the record. What's your salary and benefits? It's uncomfortable for you to answer, but it's uncomfortable for me to ask.
Point of order, I believe you'd have to ask through the chair.
I'm sorry?
Point of order, I believe you would have to ask through the chair if you want to engage with the audience.
Who you are, acting mayor. May I engage with the audience? It's all about, if I can't get any information, I can't make an informed judgment.
Thanks.
It's all about transparency.
Yes, you may.
Thank you kindly. So,
I kind of object to that.
he's the acting mayor,
Because
dude.
I want to finish what we're talking about.
I am.
Okay. I'm saying,
every year this happens, and why do we not have enough money? Maybe we start, Tim Hale said that, it rises to the top. Maybe we need to know what's at the top, because there's anything that we can cut back there. God forbid we should know where the money goes.
I guess I'm not against you asking a question. I think this is
There is an objection to the chair's ruling, so I believe the clerk would have to take a vote because
So the ruling is to have Ms. Gardner come to the mic and address the assembly. There was objection to that. We can vote on that, Mr. Chair. It's going to take 5 votes to override the chair's ruling to have Ms. Gardner come up to the mic. If you want to override the chair's ruling to not have her come to the mic, you'd vote yes. If you agree with the ruling, you would vote no. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote.
Am I going to be 6-1?
Assemblymember Bowles.
No.
It has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff, Sumner, Bernier, and Gamble in support, and McKee, Bowles, and Nowers opposed.
So I can't ask a question, is that correct? I can ask.
So
a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can ask the question.
I don't. Hey, Lonnie, I don't know if I understood the question. Can you repeat that question, please?
Give me a second. There was objection to the chair's ruling to allow the school district to come up and speak to speak to the assembly.
Yes.
There was
Okay.
objection to that. If you agreed with the objection, you would vote yes. If you agreed with the chair, you would vote no.
Okay.
Meaning
I would like
that
to
the
change my
school-
vote.
Well, you can't change your vote. You've already voted. You need to move to reconsider.
I'd like to move to reconsider the last vote.
Is there objection? You need
I
to ask
object.
if there's-
Is there an objection?
Loud and strong, yep.
Okay, if I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on reconsidering the ruling vote.
The no would mean,
You don't want it to be reconsidered.
okay.
If I can get everybody to go ahead and re-vote on that. Assemblymember McKee,
No? Oh, I voted.
you got to
Was
vote.
there? I did.
Assemblymember Bowles,
Yes, I misunderstood the question, so yes.
it has failed with Assemblymember Sumner and Nowers and Bowles in favor.
So in other words, we can go ahead.
Things are getting wild.
Yeah, point of order. I'm not sure what any of this has to do with the amendment.
I think you're too late, dude.
Tell them you've already made your ruling. And it-
We've already made a ruling.
Okay.
Okay, I think I'm asking the question because to tell the assembly that we have to fund the school district and then say, but you can't ask any questions on how they're going to spend it. Does not make any sense to me. So I want to know where the changes can be made, where they should be made, where they might be made. So in doing that, I'm starting right at the top. Already did Dr. Trainee. I'd like to ask you the same question. Base salary and then benefits.
Through the chair, for the record, Catherine Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the Matsu School District. My base salary is $193,000.
And then benefits?
I could not, I'd have to calculate the total cost of those benefits. I have access to health insurance, I have PERS, the state retirement system.
And that's all 40%.
It would be covered within close to that 40%.
Could I ask somebody, could get out a calculator? I left my phone at home. I want to know what that total is. Because that's the only way to compare it. So 40% of 193, how many?
It's about, it's $75,000 to $80,000 at 40% of two.
It's so, which is it?
I believe Ms. Heindel said it was about $77,000.
Okay. Which gives us $263,000 approximately. Yeah? Not very good at math in my head. So right there, you've got over $500,000 just in salaries and benefits. And so then the next one would be, how many associate superintendents do we have?
Through the chair, I believe we have 4 associate superintendents within the district. Not necessarily all of those are compensated out of the general fund. It's a more complicated question than maybe that you're asking, but in terms of individuals, there are 4 that hold that title. I believe it's 4.
And it's sort of, if you added them up, what would their average be? I mean, just off the top of your head, and you could probably come pretty close.
It would be slightly less than mine, but not significantly.
180,000, maybe, average?
Again, maybe.
I'll take a maybe. So it's $180,000 plus benefits there. That's an awful lot of money at the top for 6 positions. A lot of money. We're at over $1 million at that point. And when people come to this meetings and they talk to us on the phone and they say, why are you making all these cuts? And I say, well, because we don't have any money. Oh yeah, well, maybe we need to start looking at it. And that's what I'm looking at. And to hamstring us and say, you can't ask any questions, I'm sorry. I must ask those questions because I need to know where What's happening to it? And every year we go through this, and every year I sit up here and look like the Grinch. And oh my gosh, she doesn't love children. I spent 26 years teaching kids. I just think we have to know what's happening with this money, because it happens every year and it's got to stop. Enough said.
So, I'd like to make a comment if possible.
Tell him you'll get him on the list.
You're on the list, Michael.
Okay.
Maxwell Sumner will be next.
Yeah, back at the beginning, you asked what may have been a rhetorical question, but I can't remember what the rhetorical question was.
That was about whether or not we needed to give the money in advance, like giving a dog a bone and then trying to get it back from them.
No, it was after that.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess I don't remember what the response was.
Well,
I was trying to answer the rhetorical question.
That's hours.
The mayor does keep it on.
I get yelled at.
I think this isn't really, this conversation's kind of gone beyond this specific amendment, but we are talking about schools. So I do want to acknowledge your questions, but I do not believe overall in the budget that the positions that's not driving that the salaries at the top. You may have qualms with them. Ultimately, that's the school board's decision to be made. And in the overall scheme of a budget that's 400 million plus, that's not driving some of the things, even if those were to zero. It's not driving the overall budget issue. You could take those to zero and still not do that. I mean, I still think leadership from the top kind of things. Those are good questions, but I do agree that the school district has not been transparent with their budget in a way that has been fair to the public and to us, and that needs to be fixed. So I'm willing to support this amendment and hope that some funding comes through from the state for the Talkeetna roof, but I'd rather see teachers there than given the status of the roof. And I just want to lastly say there are people at the school district that work very, very hard, and it's a big district to manage. So it is a job that comes with a lot of duties. So I want to recognize the work that has gone on by the people at the school district.
Assemblyman Michael Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So if I understood Assemblymember McKee's questioning correctly, it sounds like she's addressing administrative costs. And I agree, actually. I agree that, looking at the budget, I do feel like there's a lot of funding going towards administrative. I also agree with Assemblymember Nowers that that's how we decide. We don't how the school board gets to spend that money. But so to address both of those, I think this is a good amendment because it keeps teachers in slots, right? We want teachers in slots. But if Assemblymember McKee was to have a secondary amendment which removed some funding for administrative positions, I could support that. I think that Assemblymember Sumner put a lot of thought into this to keep teachers in slots to make sure that kids are getting a good education. So
That's the job of the
if I'm
school
hearing
board, Michael.
Okay, yes. So if the concern is administrative costs, I share the concern. If the concern as far as keeping teachers in slots and lowering the mill rate, that's what this amendment does, and I think that we should go ahead and move it forward.
Thank you. Dimitri?
Yeah, Michael, not Mike, the one that's here, Manager Brown. Question, it says it will reduce the mill rate, but in a way, we're taking that money and we're just reappropriated, we're moving it. So overall, we're not actually lowering mill rate. We're just taking what we have committed over there and shifting it over here. Am I understanding this correctly?
No, through the deputy mayor, it actually does lower the mill rate because what's in the proposed budget is $1.8 million. What this does is appropriates 1.56 of that into the operating budget and removes that remaining, where was it? 300 and some thousand, I think it is, or 200 and some thousand. So the delta does get removed. That's why the reduction in the mill rate.
Then follow-up question. What is the initial step to design that project? Is there an approximate number what that would need to be, how much that would cost?
Through the deputy mayor, I mean, as a rule of thumb, probably somewhere around 10%, maybe a little bit more, based on the overall project cost.
Do we have that 10% left over here or no?
Through the deputy mayor, no.
No. So according to your guesstimate, that gap, it was not enough to complete the design. If we were to still keep that number same, do not affect the mill rate, but still, I guess, start the work, so to speak.
Through the deputy mayor, I think if that remaining funding, that 0.015 in value were retained, you could probably get to a nearly full design with that amount of money for this project.
Okay, yeah, that's how I'm thinking. So I would hate to put the whole project on hold because it needs to be done either way. So if we were to not gain that 0.015 and leave that for the design, so initial work starts, and if hopefully I would support that. So would we need to make a secondary amendment in this case, or to a sponsor of an amendment? How can you would be able to? We can work here together to make that possibly done. So basically, leave that amount, the difference that is in there. Would you support me on that?
Assemblyman Sumners?
Yes, and I did consider that, and talking to staff, roofs are replaced at schools over the summer. It's difficult to do it in the winter because the kids are there and, because of the weather. So there's not a substantial loss of time by not designing it this year. It wouldn't be done this year either way. So if we wait and design it next year, we don't lose any additional time, basically.
So then you say we wouldn't do it this year. If we didn't do this amendment and things went as it was proposed does that mean we also wouldn't do it this year?
Maybe Mr. Brown can explain better. Yeah.
Through the deputy mayor, yeah. If this was funded in the capital budget, we don't have that funding available till July 1st. There's no way we're designing, bidding, and constructing a roof in 2026.
Would we have started the design or no? Or we would also wait until next?
Through the deputy mayor, yeah, we would get an RFP out and start the design, but that wouldn't happen until at least July or August. Because again, we can't award a contract because we won't have the funding available till July 1st.
Now, when it comes, so I understand, so people understand correctly, the design, is that already the person that's going to be doing work, their design, or there's a separate bid that goes design, and then after it's designed, it's out to bid? I guess I'm trying to not lose another year, if possible, or maybe even 2 years for that matter, because we're talking about after only this money will come. So could you navigate through so I understand clearly?
Yeah, so through the deputy mayor, and I think what Mr. Sumner was talking about is even if we had the design moving forward now, we would have to have a bid awarded by July 1st of next year. Because again, if we did only had the design money, we're not going to have construction money till July 1st. And we could try to accelerate a bid, but that's going to be a pretty tall order to replace that roof in that time frame when school starts in like mid-August. And so it creates a very short window. So I wouldn't want to commit and say it's going to get constructed in 2027 because I don't know that would be, that's why we set it up the way we did. $1.8 million, we design it, we'd be bidding it in the spring, and as soon as school lets out, construction contracts running forward. That would be ideal. But that won't even happen next year because we won't have the construction funding until at least July 1st.
Okay, but I guess if Juno provides different amount of money and we don't do this, we won't be able to get it in June, then we have to wait through another budget cycle. We're actually in some ways are delaying it by 2 years. So that's why I'd want to not lower the mill rate by this little amount and the delay project potentially up to 2 years. I guess that's my concern.
Sumner?
So yeah, my response to that is that in the best case scenario where we get additional funding from Juneau and this money comes back to the assembly, we can then start the design and the bid, and we would be building the roof in 2027, which with no delay from if we passed it, if we failed this ordinance and spent the money on the design right now. Because either way, this roof is not getting replaced in 2026. It would be at best being replaced in 2027. If the money comes back, it would still get replaced in 2027. If the money does not come from Juneau and we don't start, put money back in this capital fund until 2028 fiscal year, then the roof will get replaced in 2028.
Then
So leaving the money in there for the design isn't really a loss, or it doesn't really get us any advantage, I guess I should say.
okay, but if the school gets more, they're not going to give us back the 1.8. They're only going to give us potentially 1.5. So that's, I guess, I'm lost a little bit there.
So yeah, that small amount of money could be amended in the next budget would be what I would think.
Mr. Brown, question. Would you have preferred it to go with leaving that for design, or you're okay with it passing like this to for the logistical side of things?
So through the deputy mayor, I tend to agree with Mr. Sumner that it's not going to give us an advantage to have the design money. I mean, we would be able to advance it, but again, we would be looking at like a 45-day construction window if everything went well next summer. And I don't know that I would make the plan around completing it in 2027 based on that. So I'm not sure that keeping that design money in there is really going to give us a distinct advantage.
Okay, that answers my question.
So then that means what you explained, you and Mr. Brown are on the same page with that? What bothers me is all those poor little kids sitting out there with holes in the roofs in their parkas and their mucklucks trying to go to school. So I when it comes to the kids, believe it or not, I'm all for that. As long as we don't have to raise the mill rate, people are going to leave town. So yeah, okay.
Objection to the amendment. See,
Deputy Mayor, I don't think I heard you correctly.
Assemblymember Bowles, we did not understand what you just said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sorry. I don't think I heard Deputy Mayor correctly. All I heard was objection, and then a couple people laughed.
Oh, he asked if there was any objection.
to the
Oh, okay.
amendment.
Amendment number
No.
1.
Seeing none, the amendment number 1 passes.
In your book. You can ask somebody it's in the red folder. You might want to ask somebody in the room to move it for you. This one just passed.
Yep.
And this one's you in bold, so you might want to ask somebody in the room to move it for you.
Assemblywoman Nowers, would you like to read amendment number 2, please?
Sure. I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund, Community Development, Recreational Services, Division 129, Glacier View, by increasing the total appropriation by the amount of $140,000. This amendment will provide for utilities, insurance, an on-call employee, and other costs associated with acquiring and maintaining the facility. This project will decrease the proposed fund balance and will not increase the mill rate.
And this is amendment number 2.
I'd like to speak to that, unless the Deputy Mayor is going first.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I think this is an outstanding amendment. As it's looking, Glacier View School will not be operating next year. So the Glacier View area, I spoke with deputy mayor on this and the manager. They pay their area-wide taxes the same as all of us, and the only thing that is funded with area-wide taxes in Glacier View is this building. And I think it would be almost a slap in the face to them if we did not support this amendment and keep this building running as a community center on their behalf using their tax money.
Thank you. Assemblyman Gamble?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wholeheartedly support this amendment as well. I think it's extremely important for every community to have a place where they can gather and decide, their futures or whatever the community wants to do, hold events or whatever. And I know almost every other community has a place where they can do exactly what this amendment is trying to do for Glacier View. And so I think this is a great amendment. Thank you.
I'm a little iffy on this one. That's because were you just looking at me?
Assemblywoman McKee, please.
I was doing the eye contact thing. Because it's no longer used as a school, which would mean to me that if the people in Glacier View want to have a community center, you got the whole ball of wax, which includes the utilities and blah, 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 all that stuff, because it used to be a school. That's the reason we funded it in the first place. So God bless the folks out there, they do need it, but if it's really important to them, I don't think we should be in the business of, all the things that the other people talked about that had nothing to do with education. If that's not that much money, if they really are serious about having a community center, go for it.
Is there any objection to the amendment number 2?
Oh, okay, because I'm objecting.
Yes.
Ms. McGee, so you're saying that they should be running this thing themselves if it's important to them, or what is, I guess, the logic? Because I want to understand your way of thinking before I make a decision, because I do think you bring a valid point there.
Because when the people were talking about the few folks who did come in, and there are a few folks out in Glacier View, so it wouldn't have been a lot anyway, but those who did come in were talking about, well, we wash our clothes there, we have events there, we go and have coffee there and all that kind of thing. Yes, that's great, but that's not a school. That has nothing to do with education. So again, referring to the taxpayers out there, they want us to quit spending money and start making some money. So if we rented that out as a commercial operation and maybe made business space and stuff like that and could get lease money from it, that's what we should be doing. Sounds hard-nosed, but if you want a community center, live closer to a place that has a community center. If you want to live out there, that's great, but you have to pay for the circumstance. And we could make money by renting that out.
Okay.
Leasing it out to somebody that would pay us to do it instead of us paying
To maybe at least break even or something like that. Mr. Brown, do you know this amount, approximately how did this amount was calculated, and was there any intent to maybe partially lease the building and have some kind of generating at least some revenue to just offset, not make a profit, but offset some of the cost of operating?
Yeah, thank you for the question through the deputy mayor. So the intent is to explore revenue options, whether it's leasing, hiring a concessionaire to run the facility. This is a stopgap because this would happen July 1st. And so we need to make sure we have property insurance. We need to make sure the utilities stay on. We need to at least have an on-call employee is like 20 hours a week to basically keep the doors open. We would integrate them into our reservation system to allow folks. We're going to have to probably come up with a fee structure and look at that. We just haven't had the time to do that yet. But that's the intent. And we do this for other recreational facilities, right, where we charge fees and allow people to make reservations and do facility use. So the intent is to transition it and make it look something like that, where we run other facilities, whether it's the GPRA Chalet or some other recreational facility. So the intent is to do that. What this does is provides some allowance so that we can pay the utility bills, hire a 20-hour-a-week employee so that we can have somebody out there to do the basics.
And follow up.
No, that would be for an entire year. The $140,000 would buy us the time to sort through that and figure out what revenue we might be able to generate, because at this point, some of it could be very seasonal, right? So we just don't know. Like it's difficult for me to project what that's going to look like when we have no historical data and don't even have the facility today. And so this creates a stopgap and buys us a year to sort through all that, work with the community and figure out what the best setup is to make the best use of that space.
Assemblyman Sumner.
Yeah, I actually got married in Glacier View, so I know that there's actually is demand for event space in Glacier View. But I just wanted to point out that this is interesting timing for this amendment because if we vote on this amendment, anyone that votes for this amendment is basically saying that there's no way that I would be voting to fully fund the $9.4 million ask from the school district. Because why would we be operating this as a community center if it was still operating as a school?
Dmitry Fonoff. And then Stephanie.
I'd like to get on the list if that's okay.
You're on there.
I think Manager Brown earlier answered that question, so I can next.
Okay, Ms. Nowers?
I kind of think that if in the chance that they don't close Glacier View, then this funding wouldn't be necessary. We appropriate it now, is kind of how I'm viewing it, that, it's a possibility, but this puts it in place for us to keep that building usable and then maybe look at additional revenue. And I'm also wondering, did you get married when the car went off the cliff or?
Okay. Assemblyman Bowles, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I appreciate the previous comments as far as the $9 million for the school, but I think it would be responsible for us to be realistic and just really understand that it's likely not going to happen. And I don't think it's a good idea to put false hope out there for teachers that have already found other jobs, parents that have already looked at schools for their children. The reality is that there are 3 schools closing. And so we are trying to figure out a way to keep this building open and operating in Glacier View so that our fellow residents in Glacier View that are taxpayers, they see their taxpayer money in front of them. There are members of that community that go there to shower. They go there to use the internet. They hold events there, and they pay their area-wide taxes just like the rest of us. So I think that it's probably a better approach to just be realistic and not kind of think about this as, well, we may keep the schools open. The reality is these 3 schools are closing. So if they don't close this year, they're going to close next year. So I think we need to be realistic about that.
Okay. Assemblyman Nowers? Person.
Oh, I just want to say I don't agree with that statement necessarily, but I do think Glacier View is unique among the 3 schools because the part of the reason it's closing just because the population of students is so low, which is not extremely low. It's not the case with Larson and not the case with Meadow Lakes.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on amendment number 2? Is there any opposition to amendment number 2? We have an amendment.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Bowles. Assemblymember Bowles.
I dropped off. I just dropped back on again. Can you please repeat?
We're on the amendment number 2, and you're ready to vote on it. So, and I've just called for your vote on amendment number 2.
Oh, thank you. Yes to pass.
It has failed with Assemblymember Bowles, Bernier, and Nowers in support.
Okay. Sumner, number 3, please.
I've moved to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund, animal care and regulation division by decreasing the appropriation for temp wages and benefits by the amount of $33,390. This will reduce the area-wide mill rate by .002. This eliminates the funding for an on-call veterinarian technician. And I could speak to it.
Yes, Mr. Sumner.
Yeah, another assembly member and I were asking about the operations of Matsu Animal Care and reviewing it in comparison to how the money is spent in Anchorage and whatnot. We asked if there was any room to create some additional efficiency, and it's believed that they could forego this expense without a detriment to operations. So I would like to get this removed from the budget.
Is there any other discussion?
This is Mike.
Yes, Assemblyman Bowles.
So yes, I think that this is a very good amendment, and I think that the members should vote to pass this. This is a cost-saving measure, and I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes, Assemblyman Member Gamble.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I need to know more. I mean, is this vet tech position on call, is it used during the year, or has it just been sitting there as a line item that's unused? I mean, what's, Mike, can you let us know? I mean, is this position being used or is it not?
So through the Deputy Mayor, what this would do is reduce our capacity for the number of surgeries that could be performed in the shelter.
Okay.
And so in a general sense, I think operationally we'll be fine. Remember, we started last year offering support for community spay and neuter. And you can't say definitively we do X amount and we're going to be able to do X amount now, because that's a moving target constantly. But that's what it does. It's kind of like what we talked about when we did the budget presentations. This gives up some capacity, right? So if you want economy, usually that means you're giving up some capacity. This would give up some capacity for the number of surgeries that could be performed in shelter.
Oh, sorry.
Assemblyman Bonoff, and then D. McGee after that.
Yeah. If we're gonna keep the spade and noodle, there's that funds, and when we were talking to the department manager over there, she's thinking how to creatively add more bang for the buck. It made a lot of sense. I'm gonna support this amendment. I don't think there's objection from them, but that's a small amount of number. I'm happy to say that some of the volunteers that are coming from diversion program are putting a lot of hours in there for some of the more basic stuff for cleaning and that kind of stuff and laundry. So I think overall that facility is going to continue to operate very well.
Member McGee?
Yeah, would that affect any of the life-saving surgeries that they need to do in an emergency where a dog gets run over by a truck or something like that? No?
So through the Deputy Mayor, I don't believe so. Again, and spay neuter is not elective, but my point is operationally, we have to take care for the animals that are in the shelter. Bringing in community pets to then perform surgeries for spay and neuter is
Community that, oh, I thought you said that.
arguably discretionary.
I'm sorry, because when I thought I thought you were saying bringing in community pets. That wasn't. What'd you say after that?
Yeah, so through the Deputy Mayor to Ms. McKee, what I'm saying is I don't think it's going to have a negative operational impact. It will reduce the amount of surgeries that we will make available to the community for animals that are not in our shelter population.
All right.
Member Nowers?
Yeah, we have a real problem with the overpopulation of pets, and part of that problem is people not being able to afford to get their pets spayed and neutered, and then not being responsible. But I understand the financial crunch, so I understand this would save us some money, but it seems like it would cost us money, and this is an on-call position. So I guess the question is, this is to a maximum of 33,000, they call it in as needed. not necessarily 33,000. I guess it's a question to the manager operationally.
So through the deputy mayor to Ms. Nowers, this is what we budgeted based on the hourly rate and the number of hours that we would need for an on-call veterinary technician. So that's where the 33 comes from. It's not an arbitrary number. We calculate the number like 1,000 hour on-call, and whatever that salary is, that's how we arrive at the budgeted amount. And so, yeah, we can't always maximize 1,000 hours, or in this case, I don't know that it was budgeted for less. I think it was for a full 1,000 hours. And so we don't always get there, but we do our best to maximize that over the course of a year. So this is what we would need to budget if we wanted to have that position budgeted.
Okay. I just think that the more we can help decrease the animal population, that saves everybody money. And I know paying for spay and neuter is a big issue for folks. And, maybe they shouldn't own a pet, but if we can help them do something so we don't have more loose animals running around and end up in the shelter, I think I'm going to oppose this amendment. I think we might be costing ourselves more in the long run with it.
Member Sumner?
So you're probably going to notice the theme with most of my amendments. They are reducing the tax burden, because it's always easy to say yes when you're spending other people's money. Like it would make everyone happy if everyone came up here and when they asked for something, more services, more staff, more things, that we gave it to them. There are some hard decisions when you are trying to trim the mill rate. ASPCA does give free spay and neuters if you have an income issue. Like, it's on their website. You can Google it right now. If you have an issue paying for spay and neuters, you can go and get a free one. So why are we spending other people's tax dollars to provide that service above and beyond what our capacity is? When we reviewed our animal control, we spend more per capita than our neighbor Anchorage. We have more staff than our neighbor to the north or south. Sorry. I can't remember the exact numbers, but we have four vet techs to their three, and they handle more animals. Do we do a better job? I think so, probably. But this is an operational efficiency that I think we can afford without any detriment to the community. When someone that needs to get a spay and a neuter because they can't afford it has the means right now to go get a free spay and neuter.
Member Gamble?
Thank you. So did I hear you say, Max, that there's 3 full-time vet techs already?
I believe there's 4.
There's 4. Okay. So if one of them calls in sick, this position wouldn't necessarily come in and fill in for a vet tech full-time that couldn't make it, or would it? And could that affect the full-time surgery program or the emergency surgery program?
So through the deputy mayor, if I could clarify real quick, we have a full-time veterinarian, and I'm going to look in the back in case I misstate something, somebody shake east-west. We have a full-time veterinarian, we have 2 full-time vet techs, and 1 full-time vet assistant. No, on call.
Yeah, on
2. Got it. Okay, so you're really looking at 3 full-time clinical staff and 2 on-calls today.
Okay.
And so what we're saying is, when I was asked the question, I think we can live with that. It just reduces capacity. And the challenge is you move surgeries around. If you have somebody that's out on leave or somebody that's out sick, you just adjust your schedule. That's what we do today. And unfortunately, because it's a shelter, this isn't, you get a lot of unforecasted things that happen, and you are constantly adjusting to what you're being handed. So that's why it's very difficult to predict, like, oh, we can do X amount in a year, this is going to reduce it to X amount. It's just not that simple. And so operationally, I think that we're okay operationally with this reduction. And kind of like I said before, it will reduce some capacity for surgeries, but I don't think it's anything that will affect our in-shelter population.
Member McGee?
Yeah, this is sort of, well, it's related to it. I thought when we discussed the spay and neuter clinics that people would come to the borough and they would pay a voucher and then they would take it over to the people that were doing, the vets that were doing the work. but there would be money that exchanged hands. Isn't that how we first talked about that? Because I got to tell you, when I went over there to get my dog spayed, they said, nope, you're good to go. I said, you don't mean I have to pay and then you're going to pay it back to the, no. So I said, well, that sucks. I don't think that's fair. Let me go ahead and make a charitable donation. So I donated to them but the borough didn't get any money. What happened there? I thought it was kind of like, wasn't exactly an enterprise system, but what happened there?
If I may, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to phone a friend.
My name is George Hayes. I'm the Deputy Borough Manager. The animal care has been one of my direct reports. The director down there has been one of my direct reports for the 13 years I've been here. The program you're talking about is the ARVO program. They're a nationwide organization who come in and do spay and neuters for free. And Animal Care set that up, and that was the program that you were in and a lot of others were in. So that was all free to our residents.
Well, lucky me, but I
ma'am.
thought the borough was going to get some sort of money out of that, but Arvo got it.
Yes, Assemblymember Nowers.
I was looking at, I was trying to square what you're saying, that anybody who wants a free spay and neuter can go get one today, with kind of what you hear in the community and that people aren't getting them. So I did look at the ASPCA site, and it says you can do that, but they only do appointments one Saturday a month. So I don't know. I just, again, think the more people who get those pets spayed and neutered, the better off. Like, I agree with you. Like, we can cut back, but there are things you spend money on to save money. And I think this might be one of them. So.
Is there any other discussion on amendment number 3? Is there any objection to amendment number 3? Seeing one.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It is passed with Assemblymember McKee and Nowers opposed.
Member Sumner.
I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund, non-departmental, transfers to City of Wasilla Planning, 449.205, by decreasing the appropriation by the amount of $100,000. This project will decrease the proposed mill rate by .006 mils, and if I could speak to it.
This is amendment number 4.
Yeah, a few years ago before my tenure, this assembly, so this $100,000 is a regular planning grant that goes to the City of Wasilla, and they use it purportedly to pay for youth court and SART, which is, I don't know, someone might be able to help me out with that acronym. Yeah, it's very worthy cause, and I am not proposing that we cut those things. What I'm saying is that several years ago, we gave them an extra $100,000 planning grant with the intention that it would be used to subsidize the water hookup to King's Chapel. It was not used that way. So this is just taking that money back.
Okay. Is there any other discussion? Member Nowers? You want to touch that one, huh? Okay. Any other discussion? Is there any objection? Seeing none, it passes. Mr. Assemblyman Bonoff, number 5, please.
Number 5. All right, Lonnie, it's too long for me to read. Go ahead. Yes, please.
I'm going
You
to
know
read
the
it on
pattern.
behalf of Assemblymember Bonoff. I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. In Section 18 of the budget, ordinance amend E91 surcharge from $1 to $1.50. In the area-wide fund, Department Emergency Services Telecommunications Network, other contractual, 100, 160, 126, 429, 900 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $73,742, and the E911 fund 911 surcharge revenues 200, 000, 342, 700 by increasing the amount by 660,000, and the E911 fund other contractual 202, 160, 370, 429, 900 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $156,128 to fund call takers and dispatch for fire and EMS, and the E911 fund transfer to the city of Wasilla 202, 000, 449, 200 by increasing the appropriation by $403,115 for a grant to provide Alaska Department of Public Safety call taking. The area-wide mill rate will not increase for the 73,472 amendment as it will decrease fund balance. Increases to E911 fund will be funded by the increased rate.
All right, thank you. So,
Would you like to?
yeah, please. So, when I talked to Mr. Brown, the surcharge at the dollar came from lowering it from 2.25, and there's a significant amount of money that has been used. We are in the process of potentially building the new building where a lot of equipment will need to be bought for. I'm looking forward to, and this is basically, I guess, a set of money that can be used with a lot of restrictions, so that can be used for only a few things. And by us starting to increasing a little bit more in there, so when we do get to the new building and need to buy new equipment, we are not putting as much those that are eligible for this category, we're not putting on the borough taxpayers. This would help to pay for that equipment. And if I missed anything, Mr. Brown, maybe you could fill in on that, please, that to help me out.
Through the Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Fonoff. Yeah, I want to clarify the 2.25. I misspoke when I gave you that number. The attorney corrected me. He's very good at that. It was $2, but I gave you the 2.25. So I just want to clarify that for the record. And so when I took this job, we were charging $2. Over time, we walked it down to $1 because we had an $8+ million fund balance. And so over time, we're now down to where that projected fund balance should be somewhere around $3 million. So we've been spending it down as we walk the surcharge down. Now, we have had to add a couple of call takers and a couple dispatchers. So you're going to see that coming in an AM, an action memorandum here shortly, which will increase the spending even further. So right now, we're deficit spending at about $1.5 million a year. And that's how we've been walking the fund balance down. That's not going to be sustainable. So what this walking up of the surcharge does is gets us closer to something that's sustainable that we can maintain year to year. The other thing that's included in this, or will be, and this is a cost that we're considering, is call taking for the Alaska State Troopers. There's been a lot of pressure on the state budget, as everybody knows. That puts pressure in Juneau for them to reduce trooper funding out here in the Mat-Su. This is a fund specifically created for call taking for emergency services to include law enforcement. And the troopers have never been able to take advantage of that. So that adds about $400,000 a year. And these are all positions in the in the 911 center for MATCOM. And so the $1.50 gets us closer to sustainable. We won't quite be there, but we'll continue to evaluate that over the next year. And then if we need to make another adjustment next year, we'll look at that. So this starts to get us on a path to where we're reducing the deficit spending for this fund and sets us up, as Mr. Fonoff alluded to, as the Assembly's been talking about for months now, a future regional dispatch center.
I've got a question, if you're done.
Yes, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have to admit, I read this at first and that was a hard no, but I have a better understanding now. So this is so this 50 cents on top of the surcharge. So the amount of calls that we receive, we will be able to reach that $1.2 million. Is that accurate?
So through the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Bowles, the surcharge is on phone bills. It's not a per call charge. So this is, if you look at your phone bill, you will see a surcharge. It's one of those small little fees that get added to the phone bill. So that's where the surcharge appears. It actually,
Okay, so it's not charged through an emergency call that gets billed then?
through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It is not charged on a per call basis.
Okay, so that's likely to be, well, I don't know if it's going to be less or more. So with 122,000 residents, half of those have landlines. Every month, 12 months, 50 cents. So yeah, I'm trying to do the math quick in my head. I'm wondering if that will get us to 1.2. That's my only hang up.
I actually got Max, but Member Sumner, and then Gamble.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a surcharge it's on your phone bill, so this is essentially a tax. You know, it's a tax to our citizens, and 50 cents is not much, but it comes every month. You know, so it's $6 a year per phone line. I'm not a hard no, Dimitri. I'm a very soft no, because I do see the merit in this, and we do need these things. The reason why I am a soft no on this is we don't necessarily need these things this year. And we could burn that fund balance down one more year and then raise the rates next year and still get all the things.
Can I respond to that?
And I believe that dollars are always better left in the taxpayers' pockets than sitting in the government bank account. And if you think about $6 a year is not a lot, but if you have a family of 4 or 5 or 6 and each of them have cell phones, that does add up. And that's dollars you could be spending somewhere else in the economy.
Can I respond to that? No? Okay.
Member Gamble.
I'd like to get on the list as well.
Assemblymember Sumner made the point I was going to make. It's not just landlines, it's also for cell phones as well. And, you know, government has 3 basic functions in my mind, you know, education, infrastructure, and public safety. And my past is in emergency services. And one area where you cannot afford to fail is in communications. And being able to take calls without overloading the system and transferring to where they need to go and get help to where it needs to go as fast as possible. And so I support this amendment right now. Thank you.
Okay. Member Nowers.
Yeah, a couple questions. So the $400,000 would go basically to existing dispatchers. So basically it's something the state currently pays for, but now we would collect it from residents and pay that portion for the state. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor to Ms. Nowers, that's correct. These are existing dispatchers that the state has paid for outside of E911 funds for many years now. And I want to be clear, and the attorney can clarify, Alaska statute is very restrictive on what these funds can be used for. So this is not going on a spending spree. It's very limited what you can use these for. And so 2 things are happening. Number one, Ms. Nowers just mentioned, we're allowing a grant, and we're giving the grant to MATCOM so that they can reduce that value in the contract that they have with DPS for call taking and dispatch. And then we are getting 2 call takers and 2 dispatchers to support the boroughs, fire, and EMS. So that's why. So if you look now, I want to clarify. Like if you look in the budget book, we are bringing in. We're at a fund balance now of about 4.5. We're projecting to be at a fund balance at 3 million. That is without the 400,000 and our additional expenses. That is not baked into this yet because you haven't yet approved those contracts. So that will further reduce that at a higher rate, and that's why we were looking at a surcharge increase now.
May I follow up?
Okay. I had another. So I guess one way to look at that, I mean, I'm not very happy with how the state treats us on schools, right? They're always cutting our funding, and here we are they're asking us to take over something, which I just, I get those two different things. But the other thing is, so the two dispatchers and the two call takers, my understanding is there's unfilled positions at MATCOM right now as far as dispatchers, maybe also call takers. So would these be adding positions to the unfilled, or just backfilling the funding for those? Like, would we actually add people that we're down right now?
So through the deputy mayor, it would add new positions. I cannot speak to the staffing status of MATCOM.
Okay, I think, at this point, my other concern about this is that it had not gone through the E911 board. They haven't had a chance to discuss it, at least. It's been introduced, but it seems like if we've got unfilled positions there now, and like Mr. Sumner said, if we can draw that balance down for another year, I'd be willing to take another look at it after the E911 board has a chance to discuss it and weighs in on it.
Okay. We've got member Bonoff, Michael Bowles, and then Max.
To Mr. Brown, we've been eating up at the fund. Would this sustain it same, or it's just gonna slow down the eating down an amount, or where it would need to be to sustain the same, so that we do have this amount there in a couple years from now? As a matter of fact, I'd want to see slightly growing, to be honest, because technology upgrades are very expensive, and you don't use it all at once, but when you need it, you need it.
So through the deputy mayor to Mr. Fonov, it's correct. It will slow down the deficit spending, but we will still be deficit spending, assuming that the grant for the troopers and the contract approval for the new positions for the borough support are approved.
Where would you see that number needs to be for it to sustain the same? Would it be around back to 2 or $1.75, or where would you see it?
So through the deputy mayor, that's the question we want to answer over the next year. It's going to be either $1.75 or $2. That's why we're not trying to walk it up to $2, which is the max. And to be honest with you, I should have baked this into the budget already, but I wasn't ready to make a decision in February when we had to prepare the budget. And so we took it until we could get all the coordination done. So I understand it hasn't gone to the E911 board, but we have been in coordination with Wasilla, the Alaska State Troopers, and 2 of the members on the E911 board work for the borough. And so there has been coordination ongoing. But if we put it to the E911 board, we'll be past this budget cycle, and we'll probably be looking at this next year because the surcharge rate will be set.
Yeah. So I guess I'll finish with that. I would even have supported if you were said that it needs to be more, because like Mr. Gamble said, the few times that you do, hopefully almost never have to dial, but when you do have to dial that, you want to have the best competent people. You want to have the best connection, best technology, so they can locate right people at the right time. And if this helps it, I would say this is money that is well spent.
Member Bowles, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, I just, right now I'm not comfortable. I wouldn't mind if we can postpone this amendment to the next meeting. If, in the meantime, if somebody could provide us with some data with what they could project 50 cents, per line could raise, so we can actually see that as a number. That would help me, because $1.2 million off of 50 cents for phone lines, I'm having trouble on the spot trying to figure this out, and so I think that for me at least, I wouldn't mind having a little bit more time to think about this, because if I have to vote tonight, I'm going to be a no vote. So if
we're going to
I need some more time to think about this and see some data.
Member Bowles, we're going to have a staff give you a number.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bowles, this is Cheyenne Heidel, Finance Director. In the amendment, it actually tells you that are projecting that 50 cents will bring in $660,000. We're not projecting 1.2 million. So essentially, this amendment pays for itself with the fee increase. So the 403,000 plus the 156 in E911, that's all we're covering. We're not covering the rest of the deficit that is being generated.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that information.
Member
Yeah, I'm still having a hard time. I agree with some member Nowers on this. I think that if the board hasn't even brought this to us yet, asking to put a tax on phone lines without the board reviewing this and then bringing it to the borough, I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this one.
Member Sumner.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Maybe Cheyenne would be able to answer this. Would the current fund balance sustain us adding these spends without increasing the levy?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Sumner, the current fund balance is projected as $3,041,000 roughly. So yes, we could sustain another 600,000 because that's what this amendment is without raising the fee.
I propose a secondary amendment to remove.
Don't do it.
I can do one more amendment, right? Okay. To remove the first line where it says in section 18 of the budget ordinance, amend the E911 surcharge from $1 to $1.50. And that would be it. Oh, and the third line, the E911 fund enhancing surcharge revenues by increasing the amount by $660,000. Essentially, this would get us all the things that we want without taking any money this year from our citizens. And it would burn down some of our fund balance.
I don't think that's how it works. Ms. Cheyenne may be able to. You want to get all the other things done, but without funding it. I think Cheyenne might be able to help out because she's the one that helped to prepare this. And I rely on the best finance director. So what's up?
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bonoff. Again, as I stated, if we didn't increase the fees, there's still over $3 million in E911 fund. So it could handle the 600,000 roughly increase in costs without the increase in fees.
That is correct. I understand. But where we started with 8 million, or what did we started with? Originally, it's before the rate was lowered.
Through the mayor to Assembly Member Bonoff. In the budget, in fiscal year 25, we ended with $4,477,000. We are projecting a decrease of fund balance of $757,000 or $87,000 this year, in the current fiscal year, and then another $648,000 in fiscal year 27. This amendment would add roughly $600,000 to that fiscal year 27 amount of $648,000. So it would reduce the projected fund balance to roughly $2.4 million.
So and then a couple more years we're down to zero, and then how do we get to the?
So
Then we
the
start increasing.
question is, yes, at some point you are going to have to raise fees, whether you
So
do it this year.
kicking the can down the road.
That's your call.
I hope you can retract that. I'll support you on this one. No, you're not shaking. I'm just saying that has gone down significantly, and if we want to invest in the future, upgrading some equipment, because that is the part of this is interconnected. I do think we should leave this amendment as is.
Member Nowers.
Can I still make a motion to postpone to Tuesday at this point, or do we have to vote? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to postpone until Tuesday to get some of these questions answered. And in addition, I'd like to just get more clarity myself on if we have unfilled positions currently, how we're struggling to fill them, how adding more positions, like it just seems like we might be collecting money for positions we aren't going to be likely to fill for a while. So I would I would just move to postpone till Tuesday. It seems like we've got a lot of questions around it, and that'll give us time to maybe get some of those answers.
Further discussion?
Who guarantees the Tuesday meeting? We might get the budget done today, so I would object to that.
Have an objection?
If I can get the members in the room to vote on postponing this amendment until Tuesday, and I'm assuming Assemblymember Nowers, it's the entirety, the primary and the secondary. It would have to be, never mind. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff, Sumner, McKee, and Gamble opposed. So we are back to the secondary amendment.
I call the question.
You need to recognize him first. You can't just yell it out.
This
Member
is
Bowles?
Member Bowles, and I call the question.
Please.
I think Stephanie was in line first, honestly.
Okay, I've got it. So now, is there any objection, Deputy Mayor, to calling the question?
Is there any objection calling the question? There is.
There is objection?
Yeah.
There's objection to calling the question on the secondary amendment. If I can get the members in the room to vote. Correct. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It is passed with Assemblymember Fonoff opposed. So now we need to go directly into voting on the secondary amendment. Is there any objection?
Is there any objection to the secondary amendment?
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
We do not want to cut the 911.
The secondary amendment is striking lines 1 and 3 from the amendment.
Hard no.
Don't forget, we can't discuss it. The question's been called. The amendment for the secondary amendment, Nick, can you show her on the sheet, please?
Striking 1 and 3. Is there any objection to the secondary amendment of striking line 1 and line 3? That passed.
No. We voted. No. You were supposed to ask Michael. We voted on this, and it was waiting for Ms. Mickey for a second. This amendment.
Sorry.
Okay.
Assemblymember Bowles on the secondary amendment.
I vote yes for the secondary amendment.
And it has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff, Assemblymember McKee, Assemblymember Gamble, and Assemblymember Nowers opposed. We are back to the primary amendment.
May I speak to you now?
Assemblyman Bonoff.
Thank you. Well, hopefully, Max, you can get you to a soft yes, because that would be on time. I think Stephanie's opposing this just because I'm proposing it, so I want to get it to over the finish line.
Member Nowers?
You might think
I'd
that,
like
but
to
it's
get on the
not
list
true.
too, please.
I have questions about this because this fund has changed in the past few years. It used to be very limited, and now there was a opinion, maybe somebody could clarify, the attorney or somebody else, that we could now use this fund for other things, including dispatchers. And then it was only called here. So all of a sudden you've got that kind of mission creep of a fund that can be channeled into other things. That always raises concerns for me. And making sure we have the right dispatch services is important to me too, but I don't, like, we've got money in that balance, and I don't have, we're doing a $400,000 transfer to the state which does not make me happy when they cut 3 million out of our budget for schools every year. And I could just see that amount growing each year as the state says, hey, why don't you just charge your local residents a little bit more for all the services that the state provides out here, and that balance could get thrown off. I also just, again, have questions about if we have unfilled, and I don't know the full answer on this, so that's why I asked to postpone until Tuesday. If we have unfilled positions that we're not filling, we're adding more positions to a facility that already has unfilled positions. So that's why I just have a little reservation with going forward with it. Those are the reasons, and I'd like to have a more expert board like the E911 look at it. And I guess just to clarify, if we gave them that time to look at it, we could come back with a measure post budget and do this same thing. I don't, if I see a no shake, but I think we could come back. I think they meet in June is what my understanding is. Like we could come back after they meet and do this exact legislation.
Member Sumner?
Oh, I was just going to point out that, we could get these services without taxing our citizens more, but we just voted to increase taxes when we did not need to.
And Member Bowles?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Assembly Member Sumner explained my perspective very well. So, this amendment basically is asking us to increase taxes for I can't say no good reason, right? We want emergency services, but there is money in that account. And I understand this idea, well, we should build this account up so that we can afford equipment in the future. Well, what's the future? Who knows what the future is? And I'm just not comfortable increasing taxes on a future idea of what we may need. So I'm going to be I'm back to a hard no on this.
Can I?
Member Dimitri and then Gamble.
I yield my time to Mr. Gamble.
So, Assembly Member Nowers, you are correct. They did slightly expand the ability of this fund to be used for dispatchers and call takers. And they did that because previously, and please, Nick, if I'm wrong, let me know, we had to pay for those or out of area-wide money, right? So we were still taxing the taxpayers on an area-wide basis, and this just shifted it to a fund that was being paid for through phone calls, cell, and landlines. So, we're still going to have to pay for it one way or another. And I think this is just a cleaner way to do it. And if we want to talk about equipment, technology, call taking, we just went from like Gen 4 to next gen, and the technology, like everything else, just continues to get better and more expensive and complicated. And this is really something that we need to stay on top of, because if you get behind the curve, which we did years and years ago, and then we had to go and spend millions and millions to get caught up. And right now, I think we're at a place where if we just maintain our fund balance, we're not even growing it. We're still going to be deficit spending, but at least keep it at a decent level where we can try and keep up with technology. And I am curious about the unfilled positions, Stephanie, and I'd like to know more about that. But I think that's a question separate from this, at least for me it is. I just think that this is an amendment that the administration has asked for, and I think it's reasonable. In fact, like we said, the $1.50 doesn't even cover what we're going to be spending. We're still going to be deficit spending. So I think the $1.50 is a good number, and this is a good amendment.
We have a question for staff. Ken, would you come up?
We have somebody on the phone that's phone's not muted. If you can mute your phone, please.
Good evening, Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. Through the Deputy Mayor, just a few things I can bring up. For Fire and EMS for MACCOM, there are no vacancies right now. We asked for this with the manager a few years ago approximately 5 years ago, we were wanting to increase our dispatchers and call takers. Well, the reason being, you keep hearing about our increases. We're up over 30-some% in calls now in 5 years. We keep telling you that and talking about it, but what we're forgetting about is the people that are answering these calls. For example, today, there was a suicide attempt off of the Glen Highway on the bridge. That dispatcher is tied up on that call. For fire and EMS, we don't have another dispatcher. So a structure fire pops. Now that dispatcher has to handle both those calls while she's going through her procedure, explaining to that person, to de-escalate it. Unfortunately, this is more common. Almost every day, we have 2 calls at the same time that are serious, life-threatening calls. And for one dispatcher to be on duty to handle that call, it's hard, it's stressful. The other thing that's happening is we're on a call and we're calling MATCOM because we need assistance, we need more resources, and we're getting no answer. That's what this is about. This is about the growth of this area, our response increases, and MATCOM's calls are increased. And in order for them to handle these calls back to back and simultaneously, they need more dispatchers. The dispatchers are asking for help. And if you ever want to know what the most stressful job is, it's dispatching. Because you're the one answering that phone when they're screaming, my wife, my husband, my child's not breathing. And that's what's happening. It wasn't bad 5-10 years ago as it is right now. Before, that wouldn't happen a whole lot, 2 calls like that at the same time. But now, that's regular. And that's what this is all about, is adding more dispatchers and call takers so we can handle that. Now you want to make it even worse. Let's talk about the earthquakes. Let's talk about the flooding. Let's talk about the wildland fire. When that's going on, that dispatcher cannot handle all that. There's no way. And that's where we're at now. Plus, we go to TAC channels. When you're heading up north, it's a different channel we use. When you go east, we have to operate off another channel. So not only all this is going on, they have to monitor 2 to 3 separate nets to hear the traffic coming in. Whether it's law enforcement's the same way or fire and EMS. And that's what's happening right now. And we're trying to give the dispatchers help. That's what it's about. And right now, they can barely answer our calls when we're on the radio trying to get help. So that's what this is about. I hope that helps your decision and understand it a little bit better, as I believe Assemblymember Gamble was pointing out earlier. So,
Thank you, Ken.
thank you.
Caller, can you please mute your phone? Thank you. Is there questions to McGee?
I don't know if you would be the one to answer them, or this question, or somebody else. This doesn't sound like a hellaciously large burden to the taxpayer. Is it like, what would be the average household, what would they feel from this, money-wise?
$6.
I can answer that if through the deputy mayor, Assemblymember McKee. It's 50 cents per phone line a month.
Oh,
That's what it is.
I think we could do that.
Member Gamble?
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I'm glad that you were able to come up and kind of talk about the dispatchers and what they have to go through. Do you have any idea what the 2 vacant positions are that Assemblymember Nowers is talking about? Is that law enforcement dispatchers, or what are those positions?
Through the deputy mayor, Assemblymember Gamble. If there are vacancies, it would have to be on law enforcement side, because right now, and I confirmed that back there, fire and EMS, we are fully staffed.
Member Fawnoff?
Deputy Mayor, I'd like to get on the list.
You got it.
Thank you, Ken, for coming. I should have called you right away to answer some of this. If you're not ready to Bowles and Mr. Sumner, I would take your vote. As far as to Mr. Bowles, I would say you're trying to get away from the property taxes, and this is one of the things that's not property taxes. The cell phone, that's something that is life crucial. Could be situations. It spreads it very evenly. I do think this is a great amendment. We should just pass it and move forward with it.
Member Sumner?
Ken, I'm going to ask you for your opinion here. What do you think is the appropriate level of fund balance in the E911 account?
Through the deputy mayor, Assembly Sumner, that's a difficult question. I can tell you this. The MatCom right now is going to be changing their provider for their whole system. What they're using right now, they're not happy with. What that cost is going to be, that's out of my realm. But on top of trying to get more help for them, they are going to go through a complete reconstruct of their system. That I do know.
And Member Bowles, then Fauna.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, yep, I'm looking at the budget right now as far as E911 expenditures and the revenue. And the revenue, 26 amended was 1.3 million, and the budgeted is 1.3 million. There is no increase from 25 to 26. It did increase by about $17,000. Which is nothing, that's minimal. So that was the revenue, and then expenditures, it's budgeted to go down. So there's 2.1 million last year amended, 26, 27 is 1.9. Some would argue 2. So there's $120,000 drop there. So, my guess is that's because we've been spending, as far as the deficit. So I think the manager touched on this, but why didn't this make it into the budget? Why is this an amendment? If it's this important, which I'm not saying it's not, I'm just curious why this didn't make it into the budget for us to be able to review prior to just a couple of days ago.
So through the deputy mayor, this is Mike Brown. Because I wasn't in a position in February, because remember we had to prep these budget documents a couple of months ago, and so to be clear, DES has been asking for this because we've been trying to be conservative in our approach in raising revenues, and we weren't at the point where we were clear about whether or not the Alaska State Trooper funding could come out of this fund. I needed some coordination to do that. And we had more discussions around the 2 call takers and 2 dispatchers. And so after Ken and I talked again recently, we decided because we were going to bring those contract approvals forward anyway. And then we had the discussion around, I can wait and do this next year. We're just going to continue to deficit spend at a higher rate. And then we're going to have a much smaller fund balance to work with. And then we're going to have to take a bigger swing next year to create an offset to that. And so to answer the question directly, Mr. Bowles, because I wasn't in a position where I was comfortable making a decision to increase the surcharge in February.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I'm looking here in 25, the permanent wages was 125. Last year it was 82 grand, and this year's projected to be 86. So that's one entire position in my mind. So Ken's asking for one more position. Bill makes and Bill's the professional. I trust him as in that. So okay. Okay. I mean, you're kind of pulling me back over towards yes, I got to admit. So.
Thank you.
Got
a word from
through the deputy mayor, just real quick, I want to clarify because it's really easy when we look at staffing numbers and think about, well, how many people are sitting in the seat. The one thing that makes this operation with a lot of DES operations different than most other operations that Borough's doing is it's 24/7 operations. And when you have to staff 24/7, it requires more bodies. That's just the nature of the work. So And when we talk about that, we're really adding like one person on a shift. All right, so just to be clear, just to be reminded of that.
Okay. Member Fawnoff.
Can you go on a record and correct Mr. Bowles for being wrong, please, Cheyenne?
Cheyenne Heindel through the mayor to the assembly. What we need to be clear of, the one employee in this fund is a borough employee. The call takers and the dispatchers we are talking about are paid by Matcom. They are not our employees. We have a contract with them.
Okay, now I can continue. So, to make this a lot easier, I voluntarily will give up my name off of this amendment for Ms. Nowers or Ms. Bowles, so you guys can take the credit, because I know you would vote differently if it had your name on it. So if your interviewer are willing to do that, I'll friendly amend my name out of it, like Max did at the last legislation time. And I'm ready to vote on it.
Thank you for the offer. It's not all about you.
Yeah, for
That's
the
why I'm
board,
willing to give it to you.
It's not about personalities. It's about the money and increasing taxes. That's all.
Okay.
All right, call a question.
Is there any objection to this amendment as read?
I'm sorry. The deputy mayor did not recognize Assemblymember Fawnoff when he called the question. We are on the primary amendment. Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment as per number 5, is there any objections? We have an objection.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on amendment number 5.
The whole thing.
Assemblymember Bowles.
Yeah, I'm going to be a yes on this one.
You said yes?
Yes, I'm going to be a yes on this one.
Thank you. It passed with Assemblymember Sumner and Nowers opposed.
Okay. I think
I hope Mr. Fawnoff will recognize that.
Yes, I do. I'll mark it as a history.
I think it's the appropriate time to take a little break. Return at 8:06. You're welcome.
They're not supposed to just call out.
No,
You have
they
to
didn't turn.
recognize them. Sorry. I'm like, no, not
So do you want to continue after a break here to continue to Tuesday?
I think that'd be good.
Because are you going to bring?
Because I wanted to take and bring ID, doesn't it?
No, last year, there was an amendment made for spay and neuter funding. That was a capital fund. That was not included in the budget. No. Yeah, Max asked about that too.
There were big number of containers. So much fun.
Oh, yeah, they want containers. As to why they want it.
How do we get the, how do we, because I want them to be go out for inspection before they.
Well, they have to. Just because you approve the budget, any bid over our board over $100,000 has to be met.
How much?
100,000.
20 or 30 something.
Well, some of it comes back to you, but most everything, I mean, there's.
What's threshold?
If they go out to bid.
How you doing, honey? all Christians that go haircuts, you could get schools. I put it, I got it out to, what did you want to get? Want to get some Christian stuff, can't get it in it now. I could have got it if I had got on YouTube, but I couldn't figure out how to get it. I got YouTube, but then I couldn't figure out how to get reviews on YouTube. You know, trying to get all this stuff to work.
If you're on the phone, we are still streaming, just so you're aware.
Caleb, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Well, why at the top does it say *2?
Say what?
So at the top, where, you know, I put in the number and then, you know, whatever, and then I press the *2 and it shows at the top. Is you saying you still can hear?
So *2 is the mute code. So if you if you put in *2, it should mute you. But you have to put it
Right,
in
and that's what it. And that's what it says at the top. I did it, and it appeared at the top.
Okay.
So, I don't.
Do you have a mute
But you're
button on your
sure-
phone you could click instead? That would be easier.
Okay, well, let me look here and see. Two.
Are you on a cell
Well, I
phone?
have the. Yeah, I'm on Burl. The.
Oh, okay. So if you click on the call at the top of the screen, it will open the call interface that has like the keypad button and the mute button, and you can click the mute button, and that will mute you as well.
Yeah. Okay, so at the top, it says 8685 number 2. But you're saying that when I did number 2 instead of star, I guess. Okay, so
Yeah, that would do it.
I'm going to press *2.
Yep, that was it. You got it.
It's 8:06. I'm not sure if the meeting's back in order. If it
8:05
is,
here.
then
It's 8:05, Assemblymember
Oh.
Bowles here on our clock.
okay. Okay,
Time zone.
I can hear.
Yeah,
Okay, just making sure
totally
that I
different
didn't
time
get cut
zone,
off.
3
Okay.
hours away.
Don't drink the water.
All right, we're back. And Ms. Nowers?
I would move to continue ordinance 26 dash, oh,
So if I could, Assemblymember Nowers does not want to move her amendment at the back. I don't think she's ready to do that. I do believe Assemblymember Fanoff has an amendment that got handed out.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider my vote on the amendment number 2.
Okay. Is there any objection for reconsideration of amendment number 2?
Deputy Mayor, is this the Glacier View?
It is.
Your amendment?
It is, yep.
Okay. No objection.
It was 3-4. That 4
It
in
failed.
failed.
I was on the prevailing side, I think, yeah. So I was on the prevailing side, voted no against it, so I'm reconsidering. And I'd like to speak on it.
D, if you vote yes, you'll be on the winning side.
Somebody in Glacier View might give you a leg of moose too.
Is there any?
Oh, that's never. Sorry, that's a.
Is there any objection to
No.
reconsider amendment number 2? Is there any objection on the vote for on the
Primary amendment.
I'd like to
primary
speak on it.
amendment?
So, after taking a break, talking a few smart people, we do need to find a way to keep the lights on. I do hope, Jillian, you will do your best to do the marketing and everything to bring revenue, so that $140,000 would not have to be used. But we'll leave that number same. We're not gonna. I would want to leave it as is. But hopefully, there's many more happy weddings will happen like Max had. So over there, so we can recoup some revenue, and hopefully the local residents also will do their part to roll the sleeves. So for that reason, I'd like to get support for you can give yes on this amendment.
I'd like to speak to that if that's okay.
You may.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to thank Assemblymember Fanoff for reconsideration. I appreciate that. I know the good people that are family members and friends in Sutton and Chickaloon in District 1 that have concerns about Glacier View. They appreciate it well, so thank you.
I myself do as well. Is there any other discussion? Is there any objection for amendment number 2? There is.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on amendment number 2. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It is passed with Assemblymember Sumner and Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Okay, Mr. Fanoff.
All right. I'd like to make an amendment. This would be number 6. Is that correct?
That'd be
And-
correct. Yep.
This is the one for the $50,000. I'm gonna have Lonnie read on my behalf.
Assemblymember Fanoff moves to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund, non-departmental, transfer to capital, 415, 425, 430, 435, 440, 446, 700 by decreasing the appropriation by the amount of 50,000 and removing the project for the City of Palmer Airport grant. This project will decrease the proposed mill rate by .003 mils.
And I may speak to that if I may. So last couple of years, we always kind of said like, hey, this is the last year. and I said they at that time said they're going to increase the rent. Since then, they I think did increase the rents on their airport side of things. City of Palmer has also increased their sales tax. Mr. Sumner cut $100,000 to the city of Wasilla in amendment. It'd only be fair that we do this part to let the cities, pick up their own bills. So I'd like to get unanimous.
I'd like to speak. Oh,
Mr. Bowles?
I'd like to speak to that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm in strong support of that. I think that Assemblymember Fonoff has an outstanding amendment before us. Another thing to add to that is the city of Palmer just took over the golf operations, and they have a great opportunity to increase revenue to the city through that avenue as well. So I think this is a great approach, and I support it.
Ms. Nowers?
Yeah, I think to the comparison to Wessel, I think Mr. Sumner removed that because the funding was spent on other things, it sounds like, than what it was intended for. That has not been the case with the city of Palmer. And I know we've funded this because that airport is an essential service that goes beyond the city of Palmer, that there are medical flights that come in there. So the ability to keep that airport open year round is really important. I don't mind having the discussion on it, but I do think it's unfair to the city of Palmer this looks like it was typed up ahead of time, was all ready to go, to not give them any notice to be able to come in and at least tell this body if there's an argument for continuing that grant. So I do think that's I do think it is only fair to the city of Palmer and to this body to be able to have them speak for their project and be able to consider that. So I would ask to postpone this till Tuesday. And
I'd like.
And give them that opportunity, and then the body can decide.
My apologies, there's a delay.
So we have a call for postponement that we need to vote on first. Is there any objection?
Discussion.
Yes, I object.
I object to.
How will postponing it for a week give Palmer any notice? I mean, really, so who's going to go tell them? Do we write them a letter? Call them up? What do we do?
I would just say they've had no notice. Like Mr. Bonham didn't even tell me that he was thinking of taking $50,000 from the city of Palmer Airport. So there's, it seems like if you want to be open and transparent to the public, to entities that are affected by it, you give them the opportunity. So they certainly would know about it. This is the first we've gotten it, and it's 8:13 at our hearing. So giving them until Tuesday, and they can come in and make, whatever argument they want to make. Mr. Sumner's was his district, and he was making the motion. So I think that's fundamentally different than this. So it's just giving people a fair chance, and you're not blindsiding them with something they have no chance to respond to. So that's until Tuesday would give them that chance. They can come in on Tuesday or write to assembly members. It gives them the opportunity at least.
Why would that be a problem, Mr. Bono?
The problem is I referred earlier for the fact that the promises they're going to be increasing rents. They took over from additional revenue and they increased the taxes. They should be self-sufficient. I had never had somebody come over here. I'm sorry. I was going to say, I had never had somebody come here and say, we don't need this free money. So asking to come in over here and saying, we don't need it anymore, it's not going to happen.
Okay. Are you
I'd like to
opposed?
speak to that.
I am opposed to it, but I also say they increased the rents to show that they were also had their skin in the game. They weren't just coming to us and asking for that. So again, I'm just asking to give them the opportunity to come and speak to us.
Okay.
I'd like to add my name to the list.
Postponement is
Yes.
A question, what?
for Member Gamble. It's time to speak.
Yeah, Assemblymember Bowles just, gave me some information that I didn't know about, and that's the golf course portion of it. But this is just about postponement, so I'll just save that until we get to the main amendment.
we need to vote on the postponement so we can discuss the rest of it.
I'd like to speak on the postponement, if that works.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I don't think we need to postpone this. We are the Matsu Borough, second-class borough. Palmer is a home rule city. They govern themselves. We govern the borough. We don't need to, yes, we want to have good relationships. This is not a large sum of money, and yes, it's new to me as well. But I think that this is an opportunity for us to kind of draw back a little now that the city of Palmer has made some decisions to increase their revenue sources through increasing their sales tax without asking the people that live there. By the way, the city council just decided to do that. And also, they now control the golf course, which is a revenue stream. So I think that, there's no time like the present. Yes, we could have discussions with the city of Palmer.
The subject is postponement? The subject is postponement.
I think postponing just is going to just kick this down the road, because my guess is that the majority of us probably agree on this one. So thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nowers?
Mr. Bowles, you and I haven't had a chance to even discuss this because I didn't even know it was coming. So, you always give opportunity for the other side to say something before you make the final decision. We're not kicking it down the road. We're kicking it till Tuesday. And then I'm happy to have this body decide.
Okay. Is there any objection to postponement? We have an objection.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on postponement. Assemblymember McKee, thank you. Assemblymember Bowles.
No to postponement.
It has failed with Assemblymember Nowers in support. We're back to the primary amendment.
Okay. Can I speak on that?
Is there any more discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Fawnoff, followed up by Mr. Sumner.
Okay. If Mr. Bowles, if you'd like to add your name on this amendment, I would definitely welcome it. I would say the city of Palmer has done something similar when it came to increasing their sales tax without notifying State Fair, which has then put them in about over $100. I think it's around $100,000 the difference. So they've did that. I don't feel bad about this. I do think last year on the record we've spoken and said, yeah, this is probably last time, because from my understanding that time they were saying like, hey, we're on the way, but give it us one more year. They didn't come to ask for it this time. They didn't come to say thank you for Manager Brown to building this into the budget. So that's, to me, it speaks that we should be able to move with this amendment.
Mr.
I'd like to
Sumner,
speak to that.
and then Bill Gamble.
Yeah, we've taken a pretty balanced approach to dealing with both of the cities. City of Wasilla is paying for its own expansion, on a lower sales tax rate, and they're plowing their own runways, I'm assuming, with their own sales tax revenue. I think that, as Mr. Fawnoff said, that I think they can pay their own way on this. I don't think the runways are going to be shut down because of the lack of borough funding on this.
And Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, and Assemblymember Bowles reminded me of something when I was running for office, and I went out to Settlers Bay Golf Course and was talking to the folks out there, and they were telling me that the city of Palmer subsidizes the golf course out there to the detriment of Settlers Bay Golf Course. And so I agree with Assemblymember Fawnoff. They can just raise their rates out there at the golf course and quit subsidizing, their golf course, and they can probably raise the $50,000 to pay for this.
And Ms. Member Nowers.
I would just say there's a lot of opinions here. Has anybody talked to the city of Palmer? No, we just decided up here we don't talk to the people that are affected by it to find out if there's another side of the story. All I asked for was to give them until Tuesday. I am happy to have people decide, but we're just going to decide up here between a bunch of people who haven't talked to the city of Palmer about the airport and the service, and that's it. That does not seem like a good way to do things. So I'll be voting for this because we really should ask for postponement and be able to give people affected by it a chance to come speak to it. You can disagree with them then, but I don't know why we sit up here and talk to anybody. I don't know. I'm just amazed. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything more to say.
Member
I'd
Sumner,
like to speak to it.
and then Member McGee, and then Mr. Bowles.
I guess this is a question for the clerk, but if this passes tonight and people choose to come and speak during public testimony at the next meeting, then we could still reconsider this.
Through the deputy mayor, yes, it's a continuing meeting is basically what we have. It's a session, so yes, it can be reconsidered.
That's my understanding. So there really is no reason to postpone.
Member McGee?
We always talk about hearing the public, and they are part of the public. And my vote was very conflicted on this, because I absolutely agree with the amendment. And if they came back and crawled in the door, I would still vote for that amendment. I feel like we've almost turned it into a war with them, saying, well, we don't even have to tell you because you didn't tell us and all that stuff. I'm not sure that works in politics. Maybe it works in politics, but it doesn't work here. So I assure you, I can't think of anything that they would say that would change my mind. And so I would vote no. I would vote for what you have here, but I can't see where it's going to hurt us for 4 days. And then just saying no anyway. What is the harm in waiting 4 days, or maybe it's 5? I don't see that. That tells everybody, because we are very fond of telling everybody, well, all about transparency, and then we say, nope, I don't think so, because that's for you.
Okay.
So I guess that what I would be doing, maybe I will even have to do that, is reconsider. Vote to reconsider. I don't know. Can I do that at this point? Because I don't care if they come here. When I just look at the numbers are in Fono's favor for this amendment. So it doesn't endanger my vote at all for that, but just for the public trust of the process that we have and the statements that we make, I think we need to let them know. I'll call them tonight. You want me to run out and make a phone call to the mayor? I'll do that. What does it take for me to change this?
Member Sumner, and then Member Bowles.
You could move for immediate reconsideration or after this vote, but I believe Ms. Nowers' intention is already to do that. So functionally, there is no difference. It's a continuing meeting, so there's no difference in postponing to Tuesday or not.
I thought you could only postpone can reconsider if you voted with the majority.
And you can, through the deputy mayor, you can move to reconsider the postponement. You can tonight.
Only if you voted with the majority.
Correct.
Okay, which I did.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to reconsider then. It won't make any difference, but just to let people know where my heart lies with this in giving notice of some sort.
That's where we're at.
We have a motion to reconsider. Is there objection?
I object. I didn't get an opportunity we haven't even voted on the motion.
Can I describe what's happening?
Thank you. Please.
The motion that's before you is to reconsider the postponement. That's what's before you.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Can I speak briefly
And it's
to
the
that?
reconsideration of the postponement, and that's all that's before you right now.
Reconsider, okay?
So, member.
Yeah, thank you. I just appreciate your comments, Ms. McKee. I think this is about, I can accept that people think they know the answer on this one, but I appreciate people having an open mind and the transparency, especially with the city. I don't think we'd want to treat the city of Wasilla like this. I don't think we should treat our major city that we are in right now like that, the elected officials in that. So I'm asking this body to give this issue 4 days and show that respect to the people there to be able to come and give their side and decide it on its merits, please.
Can I ask a member of staff question? I'd like to ask Cheyenne a question. How many years in a row has this $50,000 been provided to the Palmer?
Through the mayor to the assembly, 2 years.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was that 2 years, $50,000 for both years, or was it 2 years ago that $50,000 was provided?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bowles, it was 2 years with 50,000 each.
So $100,000.
Reconsideration. Let's
Yep.
keep it to reconsideration of the postponement, please.
On the reconsideration.
Member Bonoff?
Yes, I do think this is not, but like Alani explained, this is a continuous meeting. Reconsideration can be done after next Tuesday or whenever they come, and if they give us emotional testimony, somebody can flip on it. But I'm just saying, we'll pass this as is. So I don't think we don't necessarily need to reconsider this one.
Okay. Member Gamble?
You know, we talk about respecting each other around here a little bit. And I think this is one of those times where Stephanie is, you know, you can tell that she's passionate about what's happening here right now. And I think I'm going to vote for the postponement. I don't see it harming anything. And I think that she feels strongly enough about what's happening with this. Not that it's going to change my mind in the end. Maybe it will when Palmer comes and talks. But I think out of consideration for her as an assembly person that the right thing to do is to honor her request to postpone until Tuesday night. I don't see the harm for that.
Okay. Is there any objection to the reconsideration
of the postponement?
of the postponement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, if I can get the members in the room to vote on reconsideration of the postponement. Assemblymember Bowles,
No.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, it has passed with Assemblymember Fonoff and Assemblymember Sumner opposed. We are back to the motion to postpone until May 12th. Oh, and Bowles, I apologize.
Lonnie, I voted no.
I just added it. I'm sorry.
And am I still on the list to speak about this?
You are.
And we're on the motion to postpone until 5/12.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection? Seeing none,
Oh, there was.
Yes.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on postponing until 5/12. Assemblymember Bowles,
No on postponement.
it is passed with Assemblymember Bowles and Assemblymember Fonoff. Let me start again. Assemblymember Fonoff, Assemblymember Bowles, and Assemblymember Sumner opposed. So it has been postponed until 5/12.
So is that now end discussions? We can't discuss this any longer?
that is correct.
Okay.
Does this still stay?
We'll take it up Tuesday.
Can I ask a question? Does this still stay amendment number 6 or
That
the
is number 6.
If I could, Deputy Mayor, so when you come back on Tuesday, the postponement of this amendment will be the first thing the Assembly discusses.
I'm just asking for the number of amendment. Is
It's
this
number
still number
6.
6? All right.
Okay. Member Nowers?
I would move to continue ordinance 26-026 to May 12th, 2026.
Thank you.
Hold on. What was that? I object. I still have more amendments.
Introduce the amendment?
Yeah.
We're on a motion to continue.
Okay.
She pulls it or we.
And if Mr. Bonop has other amendments he'd like
two
to
more amendments,
do
right?
tonight, we can, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
I'll withdraw that motion.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there an objection to withdrawing the postponement.
Is there an objection to withdrawing the
Postponement.
postponement of the ordinance?
Seeing no objection.
Seeing no objection, we're moving forward with amendment number 7.
Thank you, Assemblymember Nauer.
Question to the clerk.
Can- Hold on, that's a question. Can you recognize him, please?
Member Bonoff?
I guess, is the last amendment in the packet, was that not the plan to move today, or was that?
Assemblymember Nauer's was, I don't believe she was going to move that today.
Okay, because I think when you were proposing some with school, that we do all the school stuff on our first meeting, so we don't have to drag the feet further. So I was hoping that we can get this thing resolved. But since the sponsor is not willing to move it, I'm not gonna move it neither. Maybe we should just table it. I'm gonna propose amendment number 7. Okay, Lonnie, do you have that one with the disclaimer at the bottom?
Yes.
All right.
Assemblymember Fonoff moves to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area fund, non-departmental, transfer to capital, 415-425-430, 435-440, 446-700, by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $250,000 for public transit. This project will increase the proposed mill rate by 0.015 mils.
And there's the second disclaimer that Ms. Cheyenne wrote for me. With the cuts previously made for taking elementary roof and on-call vet, the mill rate was cut by 0.0165. So therefore, it's a wash, pretty much. And basically, I will speak on this. This was gonna be moved depending how the other cuts would go, and because they did go, we're not increasing any funding or mill rate. But after talking and hearing a lot from Valley Transit people, I would love for them to sustain the same level of service, hopefully expand the demand service, and find a more better way to utilize their the Anchorage routes. And we briefly had a conversation with Ms. McKee, and I think she has a couple things to say, because I think there's a significant marketing flaw there, and I think there's a service that can be utilized to get those buses at least half full, and hopefully 12 months from now they'll come back with the data that supports their case to continue funding on that. They're not asking for dollar more than what they got, and I do think I think talking to Jason Ortiz, there's a ways to potentially with this increase find some additional grants to expand their service, because one thing that we do need to understand, that to run that operation with the fuel expenses, with just the cost of living, it does cost quite a bit more to operate, and they are committed to providing same level of service. So that's I think this is we heard from enough people. I think this would be a wise decision for this year.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to that if I get on the list.
Yes, Member Bowles, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, yep. So, I think I heard most of that, and I agree. If this is a washer, is still less than the 7.97. Then I can get behind this. We're looking at gas prices right now at $5.15 to $5.30. That in itself is a tax, right? And so we as this body, we do need to think about that. And last year gas prices were about $3, and the funding was the same. So where do we want the residents of the Mat-Su Borough being taxed, at the pump, or utilizing the taxes to help them get to work? I think that this is okay. I can absolutely get behind this, and I'll support this.
Member McGee.
Talking about marketing, I was talking to Jennifer during the break, the time that when we were over at, where was it, the Menard Center. And she said she had planned to do a marketing effort this year, but then when they got cut by 250,000, she said that just threw everything out the door, and she doesn't have, there's not a funds available to do that. And I have a tentative plan. I know a person who is incredible at this sort of thing, and he might even do it for free. So I guess just to get the exposure. But I will tell you, as I said that last time, when I was in college, when we had almost like a contest, I was working on my master's in business, and they said, okay, you can spend on research and development, capital, blah, 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 or marketing, a whole slew of things. So my partner and I went in, we put every nickel we had in marketing. We won the whole thing. And because marketing, I don't care what you have, if you don't sell it, you can't sell it. And by that, I mean, if you don't promote it to the people, they're not going to, it's not like that one, build a better mousetrap and people will come to your door. That doesn't work that way. You got to tell them what it's all about. You got to do it with a little pizzazz. And I think I got to really, and I'll tell you what, and I haven't even talked to Jennifer about this. I would do it for free. I'm not the person in question who has all of this talent, but he's produced videos, and I think it could really think it could make it work, and it should. All the testimony we heard from those folks. I drove 6 weeks one summer to go to summer school, back and forth to Anchorage. It was killer. I lived in LA, killer. So I think that if you can increase the transportation between Anchorage and Wasilla, that would just make a huge difference. So that's my contribution to it.
Gamble.
Yeah, boy, this is a tough one for me because my district doesn't really get a lot of service out of Valley Transit. I mean, there's a little bit from the on-demand that we get, but as far as the bus service itself, we don't. But I agree with Assemblymember McKee. They could be doing a much better job advertising and marketing themselves. I mean, you go down to the States and those city transit buses are like moving billboards. And they've got all kinds of businesses that are advertising on them and paying money for that. And I don't see that on the Valley Transit buses at all. The thing that gets me about transit is that it helps people that are vulnerable, that can't otherwise, afford a car or other ways. They don't carpool or anything. So I think I am going to vote for this. But in a year from now, I want to see progress made by them. I don't think we should keep throwing money down the hole, but if they're making progress, I think I can get on board with it. Thank you.
I'd like to speak again if I could.
You'll be number 3, okay?
Thanks. Yes, sir.
I've got member Sumner, then Stephanie, and then you, Mr. Bowles.
So this was my intent, was to make room in the budget. I'm still going to be voting no against this because I don't. But we can have our cake and eat it too, so to speak. We won't increase the mill rate if this passes, and we will continue the transit service. I do think that there should be some more intra-Valley transit, and I've spoken to the executive director of Valley Transit about that, and I think there would need to be time to expand the service in order to get some of those large buses moving from. I mean, can you imagine a robust transit system where you could ride from Sutton all the way to Talkeetna? I mean, I'd go to Talkeetna and get some beers or 6 and get dropped off at the Menard Center and walk home. That'd be pretty cool. But the service would need some time to do that.
And member Nowers.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me too, because those, the people who need it really, really need it. And we are a place where you can't just walk out your front door and get things. And then, like some of our Bowles pointed out, gas is so expensive. Like we heard mostly from people in the valley, but that back and forth is where the congestion is, and headaches. But on the other side of that, we gave them a year, and I didn't see a lot of forward movement from Valley Transit and in the data that they gave us. And I feel like they've had 10 plus years to figure out the Anchorage routes, and we're just not, if anything, we're seeing a decline. So I'm willing to, it's like I'm willing to give more money, but I want to see that it's serving the community. So maybe that's a question for the sponsor. Like, it seems like there's agreement on here that the need is in the valley. Like, and you guys spoke to that. Is there, like, if we give them this 250,000, like, how do you see us making it different than this past year where kind of it was just status quo? Like, how do we get to?
If I may answer on that question a little bit.
I've got Michael's next, and then
I'll answer it then. Okay.
Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, yeah, I agree. Obviously, we can't dictate how Valley Transit runs their business, right? They're not part of the borough. So I agree. If they are listening and this passes, regardless if this passes or not, I think that some changes in routes would be very beneficial to the valley, and having a more fixed route, that does benefit the more rural areas. I'm sure that, maybe 1 or 2 buses a day from Chickaloon into Palmer, would be beneficial to District 1. And I'm hearing Member Gamble say the same thing with, Big Lake area, and maybe a couple less back and forth in the middle of the day to Anchorage. The one thing that I really did not realize was the amount of people in need that utilize the service, and so maybe focus on cleaning up and making it a little bit more robust and dependable as far as the in-demand service as well. But regardless, I was doing the math in one of the meetings, and they're taxpayers, and the tax is it was just under a wash. But with the changes that the amendments made with some member Sumner, it's still being less than 7.97. I think that this would be a fine use for that. It serves people that are in need, and I can get behind it, and I'll support that.
And Member Fanoff?
Yes. So there was after assembly that we had when we had Jennifer here. I think me and Max went and we looked at the ridership numbers, and there was a spike. I believe it was 21, 17. Might have been one of the years there was a significant spike, and we asked her, "What is that?" She goes, "The fuel prices were through the roof that year," and it kind of answered the question. So that is one of the factors that we will probably experience their ridership go up. I think they don't want to do this kind of whole thing next year, so I think they learned a lot about potential need of additional marketing. I would even reach out to them and would ask if on these fixed routes, the buses that are going, potentially if they want to discount or to make it absolutely free, maybe to seniors and students that maybe attend the UAA and things like that, to raise their number up, because they're bringing the money that they're actually bringing for the rides. If the bus, they're, what is it, even like 5%, maybe 6% of what it costs them to operate. So if they can expand those riderships, promoting that, since the bus is already driving, I could see them growing those numbers, and then next year we reevaluate if we want to continue this. But I think this year is the first year that we had as much conversation back and forth with them. They learned our position, and we learned from the needs. So this is, I do think it's appropriate thing to sustain for another year. They can continue to provide the same level of services without asking any additional money.
And Member Sumner.
I was just going to call the question.
Okay, is there any objection to the question?
No.
I just don't know if we've convinced enough people to call the question yet.
We'll find out.
I guess we will tonight.
Is there anybody opposed to calling the question?
No.
It passes. We're on the main motion, or main amendment.
Primary amendment.
Primary amendment.
Objection.
Is there any objection?
Yes.
We do have objection.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the primary amendment.
Well, I thought I would get an opportunity to speak to it.
The question was called, so you have no
Oh,
opportunity
okay.
to speak again. Assemblymember Bowles,
So to be clear, a yes vote moves this amendment forward, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember Sumner opposed.
Is there any?
I actually wanted to put my name on that with Assemblymember Fonoff. So.
Oh, I,
Do we have any more amendments this evening?
I will reconsider this last amendment so we can open discussion so Michael Bowles can add his name to it. Ms. McKee is considering too.
I want to be clear. There is no attribution to amendments on minutes. It just says
Say again?
Assemblymember Fonoff moved the amendment. That's the only record there is. It's not like a piece of legislation. I'm sorry.
I know, but it looks cool on paper when there's 3 people on there.
It doesn't. This is the only place it's going to show, and then it's going to go away in a year.
But somebody runs and say like, hey, I did this thing.
Somebody could see it on video.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I want to give
Did
opportunity.
we just become best friends?
I'm willing to open that bridge for the restoring relationship.
So can
I don't.
Stephanie?
I don't know. Assemblymember Sumner.
Yes, Member Sumner?
I'd like to call the question on the main motion, and if I could speak to that. So that if I call the question on the main motion, we vote to pass this budget as it is tonight, then we will not be adding any more spending, and we will have a 7.96 mill rate. And we will give certainty to over 1,000 students and families that are wondering where the money is coming from and are their schools closing or not. Also, Ms. Nowers, you will get the money for your airport. So, yeah, that's my shtick. That's my selling point there. Why we should pass the budget tonight.
Absolutely not. This is too important to take all of this stuff and throw it at us tonight and then say, and this big, thick book that I got, we're just going to do it. I'm just not ready for that. So I don't know how strongly anybody else objects. Max, you're a cut to the chase guy and I like that, but I don't think it's appropriate here. I can't do it.
I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead. Member Bowles.
Thank you. So yes, I understand Assemblymember Nowers has an amendment. If I will, if she's willing to support this, I'm willing to support this as well. And I think that, so our manager, our borough manager, Mike Brown, put a lot of work into this budget. I commend him for that. And he really, he is a fiscal conservative to the T. And this is, I looked through this and everything I was thinking about, honestly, I spoke to other people and they already kind of beat me to it, which wasn't a whole lot. I have to be honest. So I can absolutely support that if Assemblywoman Nowers supports that, because she does have an amendment and I want to be courteous to that. So just want to throw that out there.
Member Nowers?
I appreciate that, Assemblymember Bowles. I do have it out there, and again, I want to respect the process, so I don't want to just try to close this out and give 50,000 that this assembly doesn't support. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm with Ms. McKee. Like, this is sort of the most important thing we do in the year, and so I think we'll do it Tuesday, and it looks like hopefully we can wrap it up on Tuesday.
And Member Fun.
So well, I'd like to add one more thing at the end, if you don't mind.
After Sumner. Off up.
Okay. So since Stephanie, you understand that there was no appetite for it was probably honestly 6-1 on the airport snow removal. One of you who voted in favor of postpone it, reconsider it, we'll open it, we'll vote our conscience the way we were, and then have the discussion that is not like, hey, you get this carrot, we get this thing. I think that would be a fair. I'm willing to rebuild this bridge too. If you want, let's do it.
Call the question on the main motion. That's where we're at.
So I will say that if we do get to the next meeting on the amendment that we were going to be reconsidered, I heard $100,000, and I'll tell you, my intention is to amend that to $100,000. Looking at the rates, the increase in rates of the Palmer Golf Course, they've been increased by $15 a round. The rentals for the golf cart's been increased.
We're off subject, sir.
Okay. All right.
We're out. I just want to remind everybody, the motion that's on the floor in front of you is calling the question on the main motion, which is adopting the budget.
So if we oppose this, then we can continue to
Correct.
Tuesday.
Correct.
Not till Tuesday. We can continue discussion today.
Member Sumner.
Yeah, I mean, as far as respecting the legislative process, this is the legislative process. We have the ability to pass this tonight. We did not have, I didn't see any public comment, which means that, and this, people have had the opportunity to review this budget. We've all had the opportunity to review this budget for weeks. I've went through every page of this budget. I've called numerous staff with lots of questions. If people didn't come out to talk about the budget, I think they must be happy with the budget. If we're not moving more amendments tonight, it's only 9 o'clock. We're used to 11 o'clock meetings. What are we waiting for? Let's pass this thing.
Okay. I have an amendment to bring forward on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And Ms. Nowers has an amendment for Tuesday as well. And that's why I would not like to pass the budget this evening. But if it is a must, then we would just have to enter our amendments in tonight, correct?
I ain't ready.
Or do you want to
Well, I
wait
believe
till
that-
Tuesday? That's true, too. Okay. So let's vote on calling the question
On the main motion.
on the main motion.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on calling the question on the main motion. Assemblymember Bowles,
The main motion,
Yes.
okay, never mind.
Calling the question.
Yeah, oh, that's, okay. Never mind.
it has failed with Assemblymember Fanoff, McKee, Bernier, and Nowers.
Member Sumner.
I have an amendment to move.
Let me get this vote very quickly, please.
Sumner and Gamble in favor.
So,
Thank you.
I mean, if we could,
It failed.
if we could just,
It failed Assemblymember Bowles.
If you flip to the
I
last
wasn't muted. Sorry, I'm talking out loud. I'll mute.
If you flip to the last page of your packet, there is an amendment, and I will be moving this amendment. I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund non-departmental education operating 445.220 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $1,587,697, and the education fund non-departmental by increasing both transfers from other funds area-wide 367.110 and education operation 406.100 by $1,587,697. This will increase the mill rate by 0.098. Below is the breakdown provided by the district of the cost that must be paid to not close Larson Elementary. Larson Elementary School, preliminary savings, $1,219,022. Health, $128,032. Nurse, $92,034. Charter portion, $148,609. Total, $1,587,697. And if I could speak to the motion?
May?
This was a motion prepared by, an amendment prepared by Ms. Nowers. I have been very clear about my intention to try and hammer out the education tonight. There's clearly some reticence to do that. I'm just trying to force the issue.
Yes, McGee.
This
I
is
am his-
amendment number 8. I just want to tell you guys that.
And I'm here specifically tonight, and I've already paid for the function in Soldotna, but I chose not to go because this is so important. I just, we have to, yeah, there's only a couple people in the audience, but I think they trusted us if they said, you know, we've said everything we have. Now you're going to pass this blasted thing in one night? That's a whole year taking care of this in one. I can't do that. That doesn't.
I'd like to get on the list to speak.
It doesn't give it the ear that it needs and the deliberation that it needs.
Okay. The discussion is on the amendment as of right now.
And the amendment was to,
It's
Yeah.
to-
The
I'd like to
last
discuss. Oh,
page in your packet,
yeah, got that.
that's the amendment that's in front of you.
Yeah, okay.
We got to talk about that.
Deputy Mayor, I'd like to speak to it.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Stating, and I understand that perspective. I've been nose deep in this book for weeks now, and yes, a couple amendments have been moved tonight, but I am clear enough on my understanding of the budget that I've been looking at for weeks now to make a good decision on those amendments, in my opinion. And so I'm willing to go ahead and knock this out tonight. You know, now that this amendment is in front of us, I say let's do it. You know, let's get this done.
And Mr. Fawnoff.
On the amendment, written by Stephanie Nowers, put forward by Mr. Sumner, and the schools in my district. Pretty amazing, huh? The whole thought of putting the meeting to continuation is when we got 28 amendments and we got through 7 of them and we got so many amendments left. Right now, we had a couple that were kind of like, we'll postpone it. We'll try to get somebody to come to speak over $50,000. I think we kind of want to drag time. Not me personally, but I'm saying, when audience participation was open today, I think all people who wanted to speak for us to make any consideration in how we vote have spoken, and nobody spoke tonight. I think most of us have made our minds on most of the issues. Some of us were going back and forth a little bit on the little stuff, but generally I think these issues kind of been decided in most of our independently. So in this case, there was, I think, a lot been done already so far. From my understanding, most of the teachers, at least a while back, or have already landed new jobs in new schools. On doing it different directions, it almost sends a wrong message, because hey, on Tuesday we'll get to talk about this. We're going to give you a false hope. Then we're still going to vote them. That's kind of doing a little bit disingenuous to the people, because I think reality has sunk in on a lot of on the school things, and we're going to do the right thing as much as it's uncomfortable. So I would say this amendment, just to get through it. I'm not going to be supporting this. The increase in the rate is so high. Potentially selling new school bonds is not a wise thing at this time. So that's my reason to not support this amendment.
And Member Nowers?
Yeah, I think, there's no bigger deal than closing schools in the Valley. Like, I can't remember the last time we closed a school. So that's a momentous decision to make. And I think already the public has a perception we don't listen. And so I think we have to err on the side of listening to them, because otherwise they're like, what are you afraid of? Okay, stick to your guns. Like, you give as many opportunities as possible. I mean, the mayor had some statements, the other night. Everybody's going to get their 3 minutes. They don't have much. Public doesn't have a lot of power. We sit up here and we have, 1 of 7. That's a lot. 15%. That's a huge, huge power. So I want to give the public as much chance to be heard, especially given the weightiness of the decisions that are being made out here. So again, I don't think, 4 days to Miss McKee, 4 days, give them, I'm not afraid of this room being packed and having to hear from people. I don't have any problem with that. I think the public deserves to be heard. And if they don't show up, then Mr. Fawnoff, you're right. And the other people are right. They know what we're doing, and they aren't okay with that. But I think it's okay to have that double, triple check on that. So I'd like to move to postpone this as well. And then I'll be moving to continue the ordinance. I think that's the right way to go.
We have a motion to postpone to 5/12.
I object.
What would
Discussion
What does he say?
or vote?
postpone? That's yeah.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor, I object.
Okay, we have a motion to postpone. Discussion is going to Mac Sumner first, then to Michael Bowles. And
So
Key,
I
if
do.
you'd like.
multiple assembly meetings, I've announced my intention to try and deal with the school budget issue tonight. At the last school board meeting, I heard Dr. Tranny say that also announced that it was our at some assembly members' intention to deal with it tonight. We had no public comment. So there's been an opportunity. People knew that we were going to talk about this tonight, and no one has come out to talk about it. Now, we've talked about school closures ad nauseum. I'm sure all of us have actually been watching the school board meetings. I also do know, if you've been paying attention to the school board meetings, you know that most of the teachers and even the principals, some of the principals have gotten other jobs. So I'm opposed to this postponement because I think that it is really important that these families that are in limbo, and remember, there's like 1,100 of them. There's 3 schools and a charter school that don't know, what's going on because of the uncertainty of the funding. We have, if no one had prepared amendments or had intentions of preparing amendments to add more money, then I wouldn't have tried to move these. But I think it's important that we vote on these one way or the other and give people some closure or some certainty.
Michael Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I 100% agree. We've had weeks. We've had multiple meetings, and specifically to the budget with public hearings. We've had multiple meetings where people showed up to speak about these things. I'm fully prepared. I did my homework, and I'm ready to go ahead and finish out this budget today. Thank you.
Ricky? Hello?
Member Gamble.
Just to add to what Assemblymember Bowles and Sumner said, I mean, we've listened to hours and hours and hours of testimony about the schools. I don't know what more can be added, what new information could be provided to us through more hours of public testimony. And I know through my conversations with school employees that, like Assemblymember Fanov said, there have been many, many teachers that have already accepted positions at other schools, and they're counting on moving to other schools, and just a reverse course on them, I think it is going to be adding even more angst and anxiety to an otherwise, bad situation. So I think we just need to get on with this, and so I'm going to be voting no to postpone.
And Member McGee.
A lot of language that we use up here is kind of things, Robert's Rules of Order and all that stuff, that I was very unfamiliar with when I got up here initially. And I've been here now like 3.5, whatever it is, years, maybe 4. And I still a lot of times don't understand exactly what it is we're doing, and that's why I ask questions. My guess is that when we tell the public, well, you know what, we're going to bring it up first, that's a great idea, and I agree with it, because it deserves a lot of attention, of which it has gotten almost nothing except by my opening remarks. That maybe the folks didn't have the idea that we were actually going to shut this baby down tonight. I think they said, we have poured our hearts out to you. We want you to hear us. And if we just shut this down and say, you know what? Yeah, shut up tonight. They were here in droves. And I think they didn't understand that it really could, tonight's budget deliberations, it really could, I don't think they knew it really could shut down tonight. That's awful. I say, I can't do that.
Member Nowers.
Thank you. I really respect what the members are saying. Like, you've come to your decision. I'm such a big process person because fundamentally, I think we lose the government, the trust of the public, if we don't do the process right, even if we come to the right decision. And I see that hurt us in so many ways, just even with trying to figure out the finances and, people, well, we don't trust you. And just in this case, what happened was at the end of February, it was announced, we're closing because the borough won't fund us. I mean, if you're watching as a person, if you're not up here and know all the process, the message to the public was, we're closing unless the borough funds us. Well, now we're to the funding process. So I understand people's opinions out here. I just want to say that I am so committed to the process that I'm willing to give these schools another year to do it the correct way and be fair to the public, because they never had a chance my opinion. They never had a chance to be part of this conversation and a possible solution. The solution was decided for them, and then it was announced as if it was a choice. And so I'm willing to give them that choice. And that's where I'm on this issue, and that's why I would vote to postpone it and try to give these folks that chance and respect the public process.
Deputy Mayor, I'd like to speak.
I've got Max Sumner next, Dmitry Fonoff, and then Mr. Bowles.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Mayor. Just so everyone's aware, what we're voting on right now is not closing out. We're no longer closing out the budget discussion tonight. We are voting on postponing this amendment, which is talking about school funding. So we could talk about both these amendments that are now sitting in front of us, the second one has been moved, but about funding the schools, and we could have a discourse on it, and we could even pass it, yay or nay, and then we could still continue to have more budget deliberations, and they could be reconsidered. But I think it's important that we at least open the discussion tonight. So, I mean, even if you don't want to close the budget discussion entirely tonight, which I can completely understand that, then let's actually discuss this amendment tonight and vote against this postponement.
Yeah.
Mr. Fonoff?
What Gamble said is correct. We've heard it. A lot of people have landed jobs. To reverse course, to give them false hope would be even more wrong right now. We are not the ones that making final decision whether opening or closing the schools. We're funding them, but it does not guarantee that if we fund them, even however much money right now, that those schools will go back to opening. That is not guaranteed. As a matter of fact, it's like probably chances are less that they will, chances are highly likely that they will continue forward with consolidating. So I think it sends a wrong message. I'm going to vote against proposing postponement of this because I don't want to give false hope or send a wrong message.
Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I just, I want to make it very clear that I appreciate the process, and I don't think that it's a good representation to say that we are not recognizing the process by choosing not to postpone this. We all have had this book for weeks. We have been having meetings for weeks. We have had public comments for weeks. I can't speak for any other member, but I have been in this book. I have looked at it. I've looked at the numbers, the amendments that have been available before tonight. I have read and bounced off this material. These couple of amendments that have popped up, I understand the budget enough to make a solid decision, in my opinion, that representing District 1. And I am prepared to not postpone this. I'm prepared to end this budget discussion, close out the budget discussion, and let's move on to other borough business. The process has happened, and we absolutely provided the public opportunities to show up, to voice their opinions, to send their letters, to send their emails, to text my phone, to call. I mean, it's been nonstop. Maybe not for other assembly members, but for me, it has been nonstop. We have beat this budget to a pulp. So let's go ahead and just pass this, and let's move on.
Member Sumner?
I call the question.
I wanted to talk a little more.
I withdraw.
Is there an objection of withdrawing
It's okay with you.
of the question?
Are we okay? Can I talk? Say, sure.
Member McGee?
All right. I'm just, this is kind of a shock to me to see this because where's Meadow Lakes in this? We got talking about 3 schools closing. Everybody kind of understands that Glacier View is probably not going to survive. But what happened? Why Larson and not Meadow Lakes? Who?
Look at your other amendment.
We're on a motion to postpone.
Oh, is there another one? Oh,
That hasn't been moved yet.
I want to remind everybody, we're on a motion to postpone amendment number 8.
Member Sumner.
Now I call the question.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to calling the question?
No.
Just tell me what we're voting on then.
Okay.
You're voting on stopping debate on the motion to postpone. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote.
There was no objection, I believe.
Oh, there was no objection? Never mind. Never mind. Now
Well,
we are-
no. I object to postponing.
It was,
Question.
the objection is the question, Mike.
The objection
Oh,
was
okay.
calling the question. Now we're on the
Okay,
motion
sorry,
to
there-
postpone, and we need to go directly to voting on the motion to postpone until 5:12. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on that postponement. Assemblymember Bowles,
No to postponing.
took forever. It has failed with Assemblymember McKee, Bernier, and Nowers in support. The motion's back before you.
I call a question on the main motion.
He needs to be recognized. He can't just call it from the.
Member Fanoff.
I'd like to call a question and vote on the amendment.
We have a question called. Is it
For the
And I
primary.
object.
for the primary amendment? Is there any objection?
That's number 8, right?
I object. This is Bowles. I object.
I want to be clear. The motion before you is calling the question on the primary amendment to stop debate.
Yes. And without objection, it passes. The amendment passes. Correct?
We're on calling the question for the primary amendment. So if you vote yes, you can no longer debate on the primary amendment and you have to go directly to voting. If you vote no, discussion on the primary amendment will continue.
Understood.
I'm assuming we're voting, Mr. Chair?
I don't think there's any objection, is there, of calling the question?
I think Bowles did.
He missed
No,
it.
I rescind that.
Okay. Okay.
I misunderstood. I rescind it.
Oh, gotcha. Now we are directly on the primary amendment, and I see that some people have already logged their
Please
votes.
clear. That was on
I'm sorry?
clear that voting thing.
Okay, that's what I figured. I need to clear the vote and have everybody vote on the primary amendment in the room, please. Assemblymember Nowers, you might have pressed the button, but Assemblymember Bowles,
No.
and has failed with Assemblymember Bernier and Nowers in support.
Okay. I have an amendment.
You can
Do I
have,
read
you
it
can
or
have
is
somebody
some-
else in the room move your amendment if you wouldn't mind. I
like-
can't, I don't have the power.
Stephanie, would you read my amendment?
Since we're voting together, I'd be happy to. Or at least on the last one. I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget to create an area-wide fund balance reserve to potentially fund Meadow Lakes Elementary in the amount of $2,066,401. This will increase the mill rate by 0.127. Below is a breakdown provided by the district of the costs that must be paid to not close Meadow Lakes Elementary. Preliminary savings, 1.5 million, 45,859. Health, $235,092. Nurse, $92,034. Charter portion, $193,416 for a total of $2,066,401.
This is amendment number 9.
I would like to call Dr. Trainey to the podium. If by miracle this goes through, would you operate Meadow Lakes next year?
Through to the chair, Randy Training, Superintendent of the Mat-Su School District. I hesitate, like Manager Brown, to speak on behalf of the entire board. The board is committed to the budget process to try to preserve as many teaching positions as possible. Since the budget has been published, we've received an increase in our health insurance of another $5.7 million. So that takes our deficit from about 22.5 million to more than 28 million. What I could say on behalf of the board is that they are going to make the best decision that they would think they could do to keep as many teachers in the classroom as possible. As you discussed already, there are so many other moving parts at the state. We've seen numbers that are 20 million and we've seen numbers that are 2 million. I hesitate to commit the board. In fact, I can't commit the board on this. I do know that they would welcome any additional revenue because it will be better for kids, no matter what decision they make.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Cheyenne, I have a question for you. If this were to pass and the state came in with a bunch of money, what was the reserve? Can you speak to that, please?
To the Mayor, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. So the way this amendment is written, if it is passed, the money goes to a fund balance reserve. And that's where it will sit until legislation is brought forward to either release it to the school district or to do something else with it. But it will not be given to the school district. It will sit in a reserve, just like our minimum fund balance reserve, our emergency service reserve. All of those reserves require assembly action. So it require another ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Gamble.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Cheyenne, so in here it says preliminary savings, 1.545859. What are we saving?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble. Those numbers were the numbers the school came up with for savings if the school closed. So that number has to go back into their budget, or that's the number that closing Meadow Lakes would have saved the district. So that's the number that Meadow Lakes will cost the district if it's funded.
Right, so it's actually an expenditure. It's not.
It's an expenditure. Yes, this section below is showing the total cost to open Meadow Lakes.
Thank you. And I also on both these amendments, I see nursing positions, and I thought that the nursing positions were funded by Mat-Su Health Foundation or by somebody. Yeah, so I don't understand why these.
Can we have Katie come up and answer that, please? Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the school district. So the Mat-Su Health Foundation did come forward with a grant of about $1.6 million to fund a certain number of nurses. The calculation of that amount did not include nurses for Larson and Meadow Lakes Elementary.
And Ms. Snowers?
Thank you. I'd speak in favor of this one again to give the public some ability to be part of this process. I did definitely heard about Meadow Lakes being a really special school and for the special ed kids. And I know at least for Larson, at our joint school meeting, they said that it could be unwound. Those teachers could come back. So I realize where people are sitting on this, but I'm going to just, make my pitch. I just think a lot of people don't know how to be part of the political process. And I know this is, a constant refrain, but they also they don't forget. People have long memories in the Valley and they see what happens. And if they don't feel like they can be meaningfully part of it, that hurts us long term. So that's, again, where my heart is on that. But I think I've said enough. Thanks.
Member Sumners and then McGee.
If I could ask for one of the superintendent or deputy superintendent to answer this question.
Absolutely.
We heard a lot about the RISE program at Meadow Lakes. I'm wondering if that has found a new home and where that is. And then I'm also wondering how many teachers at Meadow Lakes have yet to find positions at other schools.
Through the chair, for the record, Randy Trini, Superintendent of the Mat-Su School District. The RISE program has found a home in Kinnick Elementary School. And at last check, we had 4 teachers between Larson and Meadow Lakes that had not secured a new position. Those, there's a timeline in the negotiated agreement where they will be granted a position if they don't find one on their own between now and then. Do you remember what that date is? After the May 15th posting. If they haven't secured their own position, they will be given a position in the district.
And thank you. Member McGee?
You know, we always throw rocks at the state, as well we should, for some of the things that they do, including the education thing, one way or another. If we keep caving, why, if they say, well, you know, borough's going to go ahead and do this, so what the heck? Well, we may make a whole lot of more money, and actually we may give the district more money, but we're not going to do that as long as the borough's going to do it. Why would they? Can't we just hold out on that and see get a little more information from the state? What if the state takes care of this? We don't even have this problem, maybe. I don't know if I've made that clear, but if we cave now without, I mean, it's like giving up just before they call time. I just think it's a little bit premature to do this. Which is why, even though my heart lies in education, my grandson goes to Larson. I want the state to do what the state needs to do. And I figure if we do it, why would they?
Member Gamble?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. May I ask the superintendent a question? May I ask the superintendent a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, Dr. Trainee. So it's my understanding that there is some discussion about Meadow Lakes Elementary being turned into a hybrid school, and that it may be occupied by Mat-Su Central and other correspondence students for classes that they can't get through the correspondence school, that they need to be in a regular classroom. And also the gym is going to be used by correspondence students also. Is that correct? I didn't get all the details about it, but I heard there's some planning and some discussion about that.
Yeah, through the chair, Randy Trini, Superintendent of the Mat-Su Borough. I'd say those are really preliminary discussions we've had, and nothing, nothing at a board meeting. If the schools are closed, what we've talked about is there any revenue neutral way to keep the facilities open, and we've talked about this on the administrative side. There has been no official board action. You've described some of the ideas that we've talked about administratively. We know that, for instance, some of our charter schools have expressed an interest in gym space. Mat-Su Central, as you know, doesn't have a gym. That could be a possibility. The hybrid learning, for instance, there was hundreds of kids interested in archery, but they couldn't really find a spot. So these are really super high-level, 100,000-foot decisions that could be made if the schools, in fact, are consolidated.
And this actually could be a way to attract students back into the brick and mortar schools, right?
Yeah, potentially when you think about, so that I tried to give that example of like archery in the hybrid courses. There's others that could happen where we just need a space for them to occur. And then the next step would be, is there interest and would people transport their students there in a hybrid model to take advantage of that space? The board really hasn't got to grapple with those ideas, though they are ideas. I guess we would address them piecemeal as more clarity comes whether the schools are actually going to be consolidated or not.
Member Sumner, and then Ms. Snowers.
So since the school board meeting where they passed the ask to give $9.4 million in additional funds from the borough to keep the schools open, they have been hit with another bill, almost $6 million in an unexpected insurance increase. So just so we're clear, they had a preliminary budget, that balanced all their wants and needs, and they made it really clear that the highest priority was classroom teachers. because those are the ones that are teaching the students, and those are the ones that have the direct, most positive outcomes, which I think we can all agree on that. Classroom teachers are the most important thing. So I would argue that this $2 million, even if we passed it tonight, would sit in that fund reserve and would never be sent out, because the school board would have to find $6 million first before they could spend this $2 million to keep Meadow Lakes open. So I do respect what you're doing here, Mr. Bernier, or your intention here, but I think that it's just taxing our residents without any actual gain, because the deficit that the school district's facing and the decisions they've made are not going to be affected by this. So it'd be taxing no benefit.
Assembly Member Nowers?
Can I ask a question of the superintendent?
Absolutely.
Regardless of whether you receive the additional funding tonight for Meadow Lakes, are you also looking at potentially closing additional schools next year?
Boy, that's for the record, Randy Trainee, Superintendent at Matsu School District. That's a very difficult question to answer. I think that there's several factors at play. We have a shrinking population in the state of Alaska at the school age. You can see it in our demographic numbers for kindergarten students. It's dramatically different than it was 5 years ago. That's one issue. We have a move to different choice schools, particularly homeschool, that has a really large impact on K-12 funding, because roughly a student in homeschool generates about half of the revenue that a student does in brick and mortar, at least in the Matsu Borough School District. As we meet our residents where they want us to be, which is embracing homeschool, there's a really large revenue impact to that. So we have those two factors going that direction to where there's less revenue, and we have a long history of the state not keeping up with the cost of inflation over time. Those are all challenges. So in short, unless something changes, we're going to be dealing with budget deficits for a while, which is why we embraced hybrid learning this year, which was wildly popular. We would be in a much worse situation financially without it. Our homeschool population was actually the fastest growing in the whole state this year because of that. So we're trying to address what we can, but what we can't control is inflation, what gets approved in Juneau, and birth rate.
So unless
I'd like to speak, if that's work.
just a follow-up question to that.
1 minute.
That's okay. Unless things change, you absolutely sound like you could be potentially looking at more school closures. Is that a discussion that would be put on the table? Would you be notifying the public of what schools you might be on the slate for that?
So hypothetical question. Other things could be on other than school closures, and in fact, there were items that the board considered this year and didn't approve to go forward in the budget. Those could be in place of school closures. The board has also expressed an interest in creating a committee that's, we have a committee that's, here's how we open schools. Maybe we should create a more forward-facing committee about here's how we close schools. I think that if we're going to continue to close schools, at least the board right now has expressed an interest in that sort of committee going forward.
Deputy Mayor, I've got some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, I appreciate the effort on this amendment. I respect the effort. I am going to be a no vote, and I just want to speak to why. There's three real reasons why. When we were listening to the deliberations and the joint school board meeting, multiple meetings, looking at the data, there's nothing that supports increasing funding. We've got parents that are pulling their kids out of school because they feel like they're being indoctrinated with Marxist agenda material, and then we have low birth rates or a drop in birth rates because 4,000 abortions across the state of Alaska are killing babies. And until that changes, parents are going to continue to these enrollment rates are going to drop, and parents are going to be continuing to put their kids in other types of schools. They're not going to be putting kids in brick and mortar schools. And I don't think it is I don't think that we should be funding the decrease in enrollment rates also after the union increases healthcare rates at $6 million, knowing going into that, knowing what the school board was going to move with the budget. So it's hard for me to support this after looking at all of this information. So I think that some things need to change. I think that I need to see some increases. If they keep me in this job for a lot of years, and I see some increases in some enrollment rates, and then I think that we can increase funding. But unless something changes, that's the data, and I think we need to support the data with the way that we decide this budget.
Member McGee.
Couple things. Years ago, and I don't even remember when it started, but they were talking about communities or neighborhood schools. And the big deal was we want to keep our kids close to our neighborhood. We want a community in our neighborhood, and community schools were the way, neighborhood schools were the way to do that, because we don't want to bus them across town or wherever. What we want is the ones across town and the poor neighborhoods, the rich neighborhoods, have all of the same quality going on. That was the whole desire, to keep your kids close to you. And all of a sudden it just exploded into this thing where no, now we want to do anything we want. And that scares me, because it so dilutes the idea of community schools, which was a good idea, I thought, as long as they were all equally well done. So when I went to school, that was 100 years ago, but it was a parochial school. And when there was decisions made on curriculum or anything else, people didn't just come at the budget time. They came during the year saying, we don't want you to do this. We don't want you, but we do want you to do this. Do you understand what I'm saying? There was a huge parental involvement because they made a difference. They made a difference before there became a problem. And I think we've gotten so away from that. So everybody said, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. I'll just take my kid out and do anything I want. And that's why we don't have any money in our brick and mortar schools. Maybe we're attacking this problem from the wrong end. Looking at the tail of the dog instead of the rest of the body. And if we fix the things that make people want to do those things that they're doing, which is moving out of traditional community neighborhood schools, maybe if we start fixing that, we wouldn't have this problem. And I kind of think maybe that's what happened to it. And that's really sad, because it was a good idea, the neighborhood schools. And I think we just fractured it. I just really feel that we have lost control of our student body, if you will, which is every kid in our borough. We don't really have a plan. We haven't fixed the problem. We just jump on everything with a Band-Aid or a tourniquet instead of fixing what's really wrong. It's going to take a time. It's going to take a while, but geez, Carmen, I think it's worth saving. That's just my opinion. For everyone who wants to go off and do their own thing, and we think that's really great. And I heard probably somebody said there is no downside to not having parental choice. To an extent, that's true. But yeah, this is the downside that we have: schools closing, brick and mortar's losing it. But if you don't want to send your kid to a brick and mortar school, I don't blame you, because a lot goes on in some of those schools. But we got to fix that. We got to fix it. Just don't run away from it. Just probably a philosophical more than anything else.
Okay, I would like to talk now. I'm going to support this amendment. Meadow Lakes is a special demographic area that has a lot of poor kids. That Meadow Lakes is very important. It's probably some of the best time during the day that they get to spend learning and being around other kids, learning socially and stuff like that, and just the economic to send them to different schools all over and breaking them up I don't think is the right thing to do. And, you know, I was really happy back in, was it 99 when we were pouring concrete out there for that slab in Meadow Lakes, and when it opened up, and it was big. We were sending our kids to Houston and Big Lake, and finally they were home. Without some change, you know, and I get it. I homeschool my kids. Matsu Central is a great school, but IDEA is a different type of homeschool. And we in the Matsu Borough have the opportunity to compete against IDEA, not with Matsu Central. Matsu Central, that's apples, IDEA is oranges. You need to compete with another homeschool program that can be on a level playing field. Then you have the opportunity to bring money in from Juneau, Kotzebue, Bethel, Fairbanks, Anchorage, all these other places. Just like IDEA. IDEA is a population of 500 with, 8,200 students? They're bringing money from all over the state. And until we do that, we're going to be here every year doing the same conversation. And I would really like to hammer that home, because you have to treat this as a business, because you've got to market yourself. You got to sell yourself. The Matsu Valley is the best place in the state, and there's no reason why every kid in the state wouldn't want to participate in education here in the valley. Thank you. Member Vanoff?
Wasn't gonna speak, but Ron, you don't speak often and not a lot, and I really do appreciate it when you do speak, though. I will tell you that some of the ideas you shared before about IDEA, and you had a cool name on it, you can announce it if you want it yourself. I would love to do anything to support that idea that you have for dedicated homeschool program that has maybe word homeschooling in it, so we don't keep losing kids to a different district. And the numbers that you brought about the small area of like 500 people having 8,000 or whatever the number is, that just says they're doing something right? They're attracting people. So I will be supporting you on possibly doing everything I can from this body to maybe work with the body to create that idea into reality, so we're not just kicking the can down the road. I cannot support on the amendment because that does not achieve your idea here by doing this amendment. I do see maybe eventually the school, the building itself could serve as a home to your home base for your ideal that will give that home. Meanwhile, I think those students that are going to be going to the other schools, I've actually walked those schools and I met those principals. I can tell you that those principals, those teachers in those primarily three schools, Big Lake, Knick, and Goose Bay, they're wonderful schools. I think there is acclimation that will take place for the parents and students to get used to it, but I can tell you that those schools are wonderful. The staffing there are good, and it is going to be a change. At the end, I think they will appreciate the new opportunity working with new staff, and some of the staff will transfer to those schools, is the way I see it. But let's do everything we can to put your idea into reality. So this is my reason for voting against this amendment, but fully supporting your idea of having dedicated homeschool that competes with them and brings the students that live in the borough and attending that school, different school district, back to Matsu.
Thank you.
So
Anyone else?
where's IDEA based?
Galena.
Oh, that's the one where they got like one kid from Galena?
And we got to keep this on the amendment, but
Whoa.
yes, Mr. Sumner.
I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, we're on the main amendment.
Primary.
Primary amendment.
Is there any objection?
Is there any objection?
If I can get
Yes.
the members in the room to vote on the primary amendment. Assemblymember Bowles,
It pains me to do it, but I'm a no vote. But I agree with Senator Fonoff. That doesn't pain me. It pains me
Assemblymember
to vote no
Bowles, we're
against
voting.
Vaughn
We
on this amendment.
cannot,
Point of order.
we can't debate. Deputy Mayor, it has failed with Assemblymember Bernier and Nowers in support. And I do want to point out something very quickly. I don't know what the Assembly is going to do, but we do need to adopt the area-wide mill rate and non-area-wide mill rate before any main motion is adopted tonight.
Can we get Cheyenne?
What? I'm sorry.
Her motion.
You want to continue to the next meeting?
Yeah, we still have a postponed.
Up to you guys if you want to move to postpone.
Okay.
I don't think.
I'd like to throw it out there. We can just vote on it. I move to continue ordinance 26-026 to May 12th, 2026.
I object.
Okay.
Want to go to voting?
Let's vote.
If I can get the members to vote on postponing ordinance 26026 until May 12th. Assemblymember Bowles,
No.
is failed with Assemblymember McKee, Bernier, and Nowers in support. Now we need to wait for it. Cheyenne? Okay. Got numbers? Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Okay, so area-wide is 7.958.
7.958.
Non-area-wide is 0.16.
Okay, I'm gonna go give them the numbers.
Dave, do you see the rates that they raised on? Yeah, but
So,
Assemblymember Nowers. Otherwise, everybody's ready for that.
Lonnie, put me on a list.
I move to set the mill rate at 7.958 area-wide and 0.16 non-area-wide.
Is there any discussion?
I do. What was it last year? What did we end up with last year? I'm hoping to help.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, the mill rate for fiscal year 26, which you consider last year, is 8.485. And non-area wide was 0.371.
You can vote it down, and I don't.
Can I put an amendment in?
You can say you want her to withdraw it. I didn't know there was any more amendments. We needed to ask if there was more amendments. You can ask
Deputy
Assemblymember
Mayor.
Nowers to withdraw, but at this point, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Can you have somebody?
Dimitri, would you like to extend the meeting, please?
Yeah, I'd like to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
ask her to withdraw because you have another amendment, but then you have to see if there's any objection to withdraw.
Okay. Would you withdraw, please?
I would withdraw my motion to set the mill rate. Or, yeah.
Is there any objection of withdrawing the motion to set the mill rate?
Yes.
Now we got to vote on the motion to withdraw of the setting of the mill rate.
Correct.
No. Withdrawals and what's
If it was explained, I didn't hear it.
So
Yes, withdraws it. No.
yes withdraws. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. Yes withdraws the setting of the mill rate. No, does not.
And does that means the discussion may continue? Is there potential amendments
Correct.
for that?
Assemblymember Bernier said he had more amendments, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I guess to Mr. Bowles, I was a little confused too. If we we just want to be able to finish the amendments, is what we're trying to do.
Oh, I did not hear any of that. Okay, yes, then I withdraw that then. Yeah, Lonnie, if you're saying something, I can't hear it.
No, I'm waiting for Assemblymember Bernier at this point. There's no objection to
Okay.
withdrawing, so
Okay.
we don't need to vote on it.
Okay. So, Dimitri, would you read this for me?
Can I ask a question? Just
Yes,
a general
yes,
question.
McGee.
So, how many amendments do we have left to go through before this?
I think this.
We don't know. Can I just say something about that? Did anybody go to the hearing? This has nothing to do with anything else other than how many amendments we think we're going to have. Anybody attend the trial yesterday for the dog person? It isn't off topic, because I want to talk, I want to submit an amendment about that, but I'm waiting, because I didn't know we were going to think about even passing.
We need to vote on
anything
this,
tonight.
and then we can.
I just wanted, I've got like 4 people who, I'm going to use the word accosted, that's not true, but boy, were they passionate. And I don't want to leave those people in the dark, and I want to introduce amendments,
Point
but I
of
thought,
order.
but I can't do it tonight.
We'll bring it up in parting comments and discuss it.
If we've already voted for,
We haven't voted.
but by parting comments, we will have voted. Yeah?
Withdrawing opens the discussion again.
Yeah, okay.
Where are we at, Lonnie? So can I
This is
introduce?
going to be amendment number 10. No.
Ready? Okay. This is number 10, correct? Mm-hmm. Reading on beyond the behalf of Assemblymember Bernier, area-wide fund, non-departmental, page 65, in capital project, page 373. I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund, non-departmental, transfer to capital 446.700 by increasing the appropriation by the amount of $25,000 for the Pike Youth Bounty Program. This project will decrease the proposed fund balance and will not increase the mill rate. And maybe I can speak on that.
I'd like to speak to that.
Good.
And that's a program we came up for the invasive species on this pike, killing all the salmon and trying to get the youth involved, trying to get it going in the schools and maybe doing it like a team sport type thing. And that was just a small amount to stick in there to try to get interest and a good way to bring kids out and families together.
Ron, I think this is great. I did wanted to clarify with the, I don't have that, she took it. Did we, one of the things that we were considering cutting was a firearm safety training to substitute with this. Is that one still on the list, or it's not been read yet, right? You have it? Okay, no, I want to say I'll support you on this, assuming that we make some changes to other programs that we've tried, and maybe there's less demand for it now. But I fully support you on this.
Is there any other discussion?
Is there any other discussion? Is there any objection to the amendment for the youth pike? Seeing none, it passes.
Deputy Mayor, I have a question. After this next amendment that's going to be introduced, do you think we could take a break before finalizing the numbers, please?
This will be number 11.
Deputy Mayor, if I may.
You may.
I move to amend as follows and make any other conforming changes to the budget. The area-wide fund non-departmental transfer to capital 415-425-430-435-440, 446.700 by decreasing the appropriation by the amount of $75,000 and removing the project for the firearm safety training grant, and adding $46,000 to the Matanuska-Susitna School District for a grant for hunter education and firearm safety training opportunities at the 7 high schools through after-school programs in the area-wide fund non-departmental capital transfer 446.700, and the education fund education contribution 406.200, increase the appropriation to $46,000 for a grant for hunter education and firearm safety training opportunities at the 7 high schools through after-school programs. This project will decrease the proposed mill rate by 0.002 mils. So the firearm safety training that we passed last year, if you guys remember that, it hasn't really been utilized to its full potential. I think that only 33,000 of the 75 was used, and there were about a 30% no-show rate. I do think it's great to advocate for gun safety. I think this is potentially money better spent by educating our youth. I did reach out to a school board member, and then through the school board member to Ms. Gardner, Deputy Superintendent, and there is currently there's a program at the Matsu Middle College, I believe, Hybrid Learning Academy, that is there's more demand for it than they can possibly fulfill. This would expand that program to go to all 7 high schools, and this money would be paying for a stipend for an educator to stay after school and run this program, this youth group, hunter education and firearm safety.
I do have a question.
No, I do. Thank you. So, Max, what is the essential difference between that other program and this one? Just kind of boil it down. Why is this one better altogether?
If I may, Deputy Mayor. So the other firearm safety training that we passed in last year's budget, well, we were paying for people, so any adult, because you got to be an adult to use a firearm, basically, could go and get firearm safety training through a third-party vendor. So I mean, I voted against that last year because I had a problem with spending taxpayer funds to subsidize people that could probably afford it. But this is for our youth, and I think this is something I could get behind, and it also saves money, which we know I'm all about.
Could I ask a question then of Mr. Bernier?
Yes, please.
Since you sponsored, as I recall, that last one, the $75,000, which I thought was an amazing idea, where do you stand on this? Do you see
So
this as
last year when Joe, what's this company? Last year we had the first contractor that was teaching had overwhelming, there's 300-400 people that didn't make it because they were signed up, and had overwhelming enrollment and participation. Now, who's Point Blank has it this year, and I don't know if they're sending out reminders or how they're doing their stuff, but they haven't had full classes. They might have 12 to 16 enrolled, and sometimes there's 14, sometimes there's as low as 7, but most of the time it was 10, 12, 4 or 5 people weren't in there from the statistics that I've seen. But we were only paying for the ones that were showing up. So that 75,000 that we're
that's why.
spending we're not paying for no shows.
Yeah.
Okay. But I do like the idea of Max's amendment on hunter safety and gun safety in the schools. That's very important. That's where I started, and it's big. It's really a good way to get the attention of children and get them on the right path. The only thing that I got is, when you look up like NRA and gun safety training, they've got gun safety training for schools. So I don't know if we got into looking at grants and stuff like that we might be able to get some funding that way. And, that's one avenue. And I until tonight, I thought we might be pushing this, till next Tuesday and looking at it and seeing if we couldn't get some information. But that's what I got from my perspective.
So you're okay with this change?
I really like, I don't want to take away the adult, which isn't all adult. We had a lot of 16-year-olds signing up, as long as they had a parent that signed up with them. So I think that's a good course. I had a lot of positive feedback the first year. A lot of senior people that you wouldn't think would have taken gun safety, and they reported back to me that they changed their mind and perception on guns and things. So,
But they won't be a part of it this time. With Max's.
if I'm just afraid if we just put it down to the schools there, that we'll be losing a section. So, what was your portion that you wanted to fund for the high school versus this gun safety training? So, what are you taking away from the adult courses and putting it to the high schools?
I'd be taking away all of it, all 75,000, and then funding the 44.6 to the Matsu School District. I would advocate that, we could reassess next year, see how this program went with the schools. And, it doesn't have to be an either or. Next year we could fund both. We could fund neither. We could fund just one or the other.
I'd be in favor of doing maybe half for the adult safety, and put the other half to the schools. But I would really be interested in seeing what we could get from like the NRA grants and stuff like that, because there might be a pot of money that is available that we're just not taking advantage of. Assemblymember Bowles.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I was actually going to ask the same thing. It sounds like we're not pulling all of the funding from the adult program and putting into the school program. I would certainly support an amendment doing that, unless there's members that have other intentions, or if they, if we want to kind of just make sure that it works the first year. But I think this is an outstanding idea. I really do. So
I'd like to offer a secondary amendment. Let's put 50,000 towards the school and 50,000 towards the adult program.
So to the deputy mayor and to the assembly, what's in the proposed budget today is $75,000. So you could split that up however you want, but if you want to go to 100, you're going to have to make an increase. And so what this amendment 11 does is it takes the 75,000 that's in the proposed budget. It utilizes 46,000 to the school district for youth, and it reduces the budget by 29,000. And so if you wanted to be budget neutral with what's in proposed, you have $29,000 that you could retain for adult firearm. And let the 46, I'm just giving you the numbers so you understand what's in there. You can certainly go to 100,000, but that's not what's in the proposed budget today.
Why couldn't you cut it in half, 75 and 50-50?
Assemblymember Sumner.
So I believe of the 46,000, some of that was one-time funds for purchasing some. I phone a friend here if I could bring up Ms. Gardner.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Mr. Sumner. Katie Gardner, Deputy Superintendent for the school district. So one of the limitations that we have found with the program at Matsu Hybrid Learning Academy is some of it is about staff time, but there's also a training kit that they're able to check out from the state, and that's not always available. And so if we looked at maybe purchasing an additional training kit or more than one, depending on the popularity, we would be able to be a little more responsive with these schools and when they're going to have the program. So that was part of our hope with some of these dollars would be not tied into that checkout process.
Assembly Member Nowers?
Two questions. So, have we ever thought about just charging a really nominal fee for the firearm training? Because like $5 or $10, because people sign up for things for free and then they don't show up. And even if you charge them a little bit, they're like, okay.
That's exactly what Russ and I were talking about when I got some numbers back on this last program, was to do a $25 deposit. You sign up, pay a deposit, you get your deposit back after you complete the course.
Yeah.
That way you're not withholding other people from having the chance to complete the course.
Okay. I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
What,
Member McGee?
what I would be concerned about losing the adults altogether is, you know, I'm going to hate to sound sexist here, but women sometimes don't have the opportunities to learn how to shoot guns, and boy, do they need protection. And I have been in situations where if I had not had, I used to drive between Fairbanks and Anchorage, and I kept a .357 on the seat of my car. Guy came up to my car, knocked on the window, I pointed to the gun, he went away. So I just think that women need to be included in this. Everybody should be, but yeah, don't throw them out.
And Member Bonoff, then Gamble, and then Sumner.
I'm gonna follow up a question. You said something about the state training kits. What does it consist of? There's a couple guns, things, or is it just a phony mock of a gun? And how much is the cost of it? I guess just give me a little more than what you gave us earlier.
Through the Deputy Mayor to Assemblymember Fonoff, what my understanding is that there are firearms that are disabled, so there's no possibility of a misfire or an accidental discharge. I do not know the cost of those. I'm sorry, I can't give you that information.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I would almost recommend, it sounds like this is a good thing, and instead of not increasing budget for, why don't we ask whoever is doing it the next year, the contract, to implement that $25 deposit, or maybe leave it only try it with $25,000 for the adults and $50,000 for the juniors. I think that would be a good balance with keeping the numbers same. And then next year, if the $25 and kids, everything, maybe we up it, or so that would be, I guess, you changing your own amendment on numbers, and I think that would be a good balance.
Mr. Gamble.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I guess that's disheartening to hear that there was a 30% no-show rate for the
I
classes.
don't think it was 30%.
Because I mean, I had lots of people that were excited about the program, but then they were frustrated because they couldn't get into it. And now to find out that there was such a high vacancy rate, that's too bad. And I just had a comment the other day. I was going through stuff as I was preparing for contractors to come over to the house, and I found my hunter safety card from 1970 something, which, you know, in 7th or 8th grade, I mean, that was the spark of my interest in firearms and hunting and everything at a very young age. And so I think that's a great amendment. That's a great way to get kids involved. Thanks.
Yeah, just to be clear, there was only a couple of those classes that I seen anything close to 30%. Most of them had like 16, and there was 14 that showed. But there was a couple there that was 15 or 16, and that had 7 or 8. So there was a fluctuation there. And I really strongly believe it's because the contractor wasn't either sending out emails or reminders or something like that, because it wasn't that case on the first go around at all. And when I put this program, it wasn't just for adults. It was more geared for single moms and older people that, you know, didn't have a lot of protection. So I wanted them to be able to arm themselves and to be able to handle it safely. And I still support a second amendment to do a 50-50.
Yeah.
We're already on a secondary amendment, which is the one you made.
Okay, so
Is that 50/50? Did
but I
you make-
still support my amendment.
Okay.
And now we would like Maxwell Summer.
So another argument for you to amend your amendment potentially. So I guess my point when I asked Ms. Gardner the question was that, you know, there is a one-time outlay in this 46,000 that wouldn't be recurring, right? Because you'd buy those safety kits and then you could just continue using them. So then that would decrease, you know, and government has a tendency to grow. You know, if we go 100,000 this year, it's going to be really easy to go 100,000 next year. So it's not just an extra 25,000. It might be 25,000 in perpetuity, you know, and we, you know, it was 33,000 we spent this year. So maybe we should, you know, cut this down to the school, you know, 46,000 to the school district, 29,000 to the firearm safety. The next year that would grow, and it would also give an opportunity to get a better enrollment.
You just saved us $3.5 million on school closures.
Every penny counts.
And who else? Dee, are you up?
No.
Is there any objection to the secondary amendment?
No.
A decrease in the adult?
It would. Well, why don't you just take the 75,000 and split that in half?
If we fail this, then someone propose that.
Oh, okay.
I think we have to vote on this amendment first.
We're gonna do it.
What would it do to the mill rate?
To the mayor, Cheyenne Handler, finance director, it would bring the mill rate back to where we started.
Oh, no.
Which would be what?
7.966.
And what did you just write on that one?
Deputy Mayor,
What I gave you was 7.958 previously.
Deputy Mayor, if we did that, we'd be letting Mr. Brown beat us. I don't know if we can do that.
Are we ready to vote?
We are ready to vote.
And we're voting on, say the numbers again.
50 and 50.
So yeah, I'm a little confused now. What are we doing? Is this the 50-50 amendment still?
It
Yes,
is.
we're on the secondary amendment, 50-50.
And the 50.
Okay.
50,000 for youth, the schools, and 50,000 towards the adult program.
And if we do that, we're right back to where we started before we put all these amendments in that say start the mill.
But that is
I can't do that.
still at 7.97.
7.9.
No.
6.
7.966.
Well, okay, yeah.
If I can get everybody in the room to vote, please. Assemblymember Bowles,
Yes.
it has failed with Assemblymember Bernier and Bowles in support. Now we're on the primary amendment, which is Assemblymember Sumner's amendment, but it got handed out.
Okay. Mr. Fonoff.
Question two, as it currently sits, Lonnie, is this amendments as it sits now, is it still splitting the 75,000 or it's only we're working with 46?
Only working with the 46.
And shutting the adult down.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to propose what I proposed earlier is go back to the 75 that we were previously committed, with it being $25,000 spent under new regulation requiring the deposit for the seniors and, you know, the less fortunate ones, and then $50,000 towards the youth and then hopefully the next year the youth will have those things that they need, and we'll balance it out and maybe get the enrollments high on the adult side, and maybe don't have to do the youth one continuously because it's just we're buying them stuff. So I think we'll just shrink the adult one for this year, but we'll start the youth one. So that's where the numbers will lay. So, and I just want to keep it around to $50,000. They might use less, they might use a little, but
Excuse
Is
me,
Russ Kraft on the phone?
I was following you until you got to the part about the split.
the split is $25,000 for the adults. So not to stop the program.
Okay, okay.
We're just gonna shrink it down for 1 year, and then
Yep.
the youth program will get started. Within a year, we'll have a good picture, good results, I hope, and I think we will tighten the belt on adults showing up,
Yeah.
and maybe we don't have to spend for youth the next year.
Are you talking the 46 and then the balance of 75 to the adult?
No. So the
Talking about going down to 46, he's talking about keeping 75.
it would have been easier, Max, if you withdraw this amendment altogether, and we'll just do a split on the other one. Would that make it easier, Lonnie? Or you understood it? Yeah. All right. We're voting on 25-50 split right now.
Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion?
I a little bit.
No.
Yes, Ms.
Yeah,
McGee.
just 30 seconds. I got to ask you, are you okay with this? Because you were the master builder on this thing. You were the thing that set it up. The guy that set it. Is this okay with you?
I think Max was looking for 46,000,
Oh no.
and I would take the 29 versus the 25. I could take and
I redraw my amendment. I withdraw my amendment. Okay.
Is there any objection to
Is there any objection to withdrawing the amendment?
Guess not.
And I now propose, and now I propose the amendment to be 46 and 29. Did in my head.
Yep.
Isn't that the
It's
isn't
still
that the
75
original?
total. Still 75 total.
How is that different than what some member
I gained
gave
I
us?
gained 4 more thousand, which will get me 8 or 4. So that'll give me 16 more students, 16, 17
For
more
adult side.
students.
For adult side.
Oh, okay, cool.
Compromise, quote unquote.
Okay, is there any discussion on the secondary amendment of 46,000 to the school program and 29,000 to the adult program
With a $25 deposit.
with a
Let's not forget
$25
that.
deposit on the adult side?
Yes, if you don't mind, Deputy Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, if anybody has interest in increasing, if it keeps the mill rate at the same or slightly below like previously, I think hunter education is extremely important. I've known people that were killed in hunting accidents, and if we can get children trained, I think that's very important, and I think that's a very good thing. And so I would support if anybody wants to pull this back and shift it a little bit more to put more funding towards hunter education in schools. Either way, all of this is very good.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nowers,
We're talking about $3,000, $4,000.
$4,000,
I think
correct.
4629 is good, and we could reset it next year, Mr. Bowles.
Anyone
Now, I was
else?
talking about the 50,000 that we were talking about before. That would raise the mill rate a little bit, just to the point where the manager had it at.
That
my
already
understanding was
failed.
50,000
and,
and 50,000.
moving on. So Dimitri.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're up.
I think when Mr. Bowles, when we try anything new, $50,000 has been actually always a good number. So I'd like 46 is close to that. That's what was an original amendment for the youth. We'll get it going, and then we'll reevaluate it next year. So I hope that will be less next
Sounds
year,
good.
but might be so popular that we'll need to increase it again. So, but support me on this, and I think me and Bernier are on this one together.
Is there any objection to the secondary amendment? Seeing none, there, is there any objection to the primary amendment? Seeing none, it passes. Number 11 passes. Is there any other amendments?
You promised me we can take a quick break. It was that.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break until 10:25. All right, we're back in session. And Mr. Fawnoff, you have an amendment for us?
No, I'll let Mr. Gamble do it.
Mr. Gamble has it.
Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, I move to reconsider amendment number 6.
It's been moved to reconsider number 6. Is there any objection?
Hold on, everybody's got to see what it is.
That's the airport
I don't even know.
to
what-
Palmer.
Oh, it's one of these.
Well, did I hear that right? That's the airport, the Palmer Airport?
That is correct.
So what do we,
Okay.
So I'm moving to reconsider the postponement of amendment
Thank
number
you.
6 until May 12th. Don't hate me, Stephanie.
Is there any objection to reconsideration?
Yes, sir.
No.
Mike doesn't have to answer if he's, if
Correct.
it's not yes.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote. For
We're looking at reconsidering the postponement of amendment number 6.
a yes would reconsider it, a no would not reconsider it.
Correct. If I can get the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Bowles,
Yes.
it passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed, and now we are on the we are on the motion to postpone that amendment until 5/12.
Okay. I want to speak on that.
Mr. Fawnoff.
I'd like to speak on that. Basically, during the time when we were willing to postpone it, at that time it was kind of for sure that we have the Tuesday meeting. As of now, we if we pass this tonight, we don't have to have that meeting. I can say that unless different maneuvers being played. So I think it's fair because we've talked about it. We make a vote on this amendment, and then if we do happen to continue on Tuesday, then we can change our mind and vote on it. But I think there was enough discussion that was said, so I'd like people to actually vote on the amendment instead of pushing kicking the can down the road.
Ms. Nowers?
Are you making a motion to continue till Tuesday?
No.
So you're effectively wanting to just push this through.
I
without-
want people to vote on the amendment itself, so then we can get the new mill rate calculated, lower mill rate, and then we can call the question on the budget and vote on the amendment.
Well, I think I would still oppose this for the same reasons that we had no conversation with the city of Palmer on it. And if you wish to come back later and delete it from the budget, I could support that, but I don't think we should make this decision without at least recognizing the body that is affected by it.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Are we still on the vote to postpone, or are we on the discussion of the amendment?
We're on the discussion of postponement.
So no. to-
Okay, thank you.
No would be that we get to discuss, vote on it today, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Sumner?
Yeah, I just call the question.
Question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question
We're calling the question to,
Stop debate?
on
yes, just stop
postponing?
debate, and then we're going to have the vote on the postponement.
Yes.
I guess I'm okay with that.
Well, is there any objection?
Is there any objection of calling the question? Seeing none, the question has been called. Now we're on the motion of postponement.
If I can get the members in the room to vote on the motion to postpone. Assemblymember Bowles,
No to postpone.
it failed with Assemblymember McKee and Nowers in support. Now we are on the primary amendment, number 6.
Mr. Sumner, and then Dimitri.
I call the question.
I'd like to, oh, all right.
The question has been called. Is there any objection to calling the question?
I'll object.
We'll take a vote on calling the question.
If I can get the members in the room
So
to
call-
vote
yes,
on calling
yes
for the
stops the
question.
debate.
Correct. If you vote yes, you'd stop debate. If you vote no, you want to keep debate. Assemblymember McKee. Assemblymember Bowles.
No.
It has failed with Assembly members Bonoff, Sumner, Bernier, and Gamble in support. It takes 5 votes to call the question, so now we're on the primary amendment again.
Okay, I'd like to speak to it.
Mr. Bowles, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So after hearing Finance Director speak to how much, I would actually like to move a secondary amendment to raise that to 100,000. And the reason is I've been paying pretty close attention to the rates at the golf course, and they have gone up substantially. And with the 1% sales tax increase in Palmer, I think that
Point of order.
100,000.
Point of order. The appropriation is for 50,000. You can't take back money you're not giving them. So you can't remove, we're only giving them 50,000.
Oh, that makes sense.
Unless you want to give the airport 100,000, but I don't think you're trying to do that.
Okay, am I allowed to continue, or do I need to stop?
What are you asking specifically?
So it sounds like it was, and maybe I misheard it. I have had trouble tonight hearing some of the conversation. It sounds like there was $100,000 and not $50,000, and Assemblymember Fonoff was just trying to capture 1 year's worth, but there's actually 2 years. Misunderstanding that.
You did miss it.
Yeah.
Please explain.
Assemblymember Bowles, what ended up happening, it was asked how many years it had been funded, and they said for 2 years it had been funded. 1 year for 50,000, the next year for 50,000. So that's where you're getting that 100,000. So it's really only in the budget for 50,000.
Okay. I appreciate that. Then I rescind my motion.
Okay, Mr. Sumner, and then Ms. Bowers.
I think I just wanted to say, I think that maybe your confusion was that the city of Palmer and the city of Wasilla both get typically $100,000 per year planning grants. And an earlier amendment of mine pulled a $100,000 planning grant. If you wanted to make an amendment to pull some of the planning grant from the city of Palmer, that would be a separate amendment. This is just the amendment. Oh, there is no planning grant. Okay. All right. Never mind then. I'm confused.
Yeah, I think I misheard or didn't get some of it, and I just misunderstood. So yeah, I'm okay with Assemblymember Fonoff's initial amendment.
Thank you. Mrs. Vaughn.
To clarify, Palmer got a planning grant last year. Wasilla has consistently got a planning grant, but not Palmer. This was put out at 8:15 p.m. and voted on at 8:30. So, if we're going to defend the public process, again, I know I'm beating a horse here, but if you drop things at the last minute, how is the community supposed to respond? I mean, yes, we have this budget book, but you don't know what the assembly is going to do. So if you throw something on the table and you don't even talk to the assembly member who represents that district, and you don't talk to the city, you just have decided that, this is a bad idea, it isn't good public process. So at this point, I would ask that I'm losing on continuing. That would be the solution. But to leave this as is, and then if you want to come back and do it with public notice and give the opportunity for anybody who wants to come forward, I can support that.
and Maxwell Sumner.
I call the question.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but
Right.
vote.
I withdraw calling the question.
Mic is not on, Dinky. Your mic is not on. Nobody can hear you.
That was loud enough. So, oh, that part. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you're saying that what you want is to vote this down and then come back after it's all over with and go back and say, now we're going to talk about it again, because that will definitely have given them, they'll have notice, they'll be here tomorrow morning,
To
or maybe
clar-
tonight.
To clarify, yes, that's what I'm asking.
Vote it down.
Yep.
Okay.
Or continue this, the whole ordinance.
So if I vote it down.
So Deputy Mayor, I'd like to speak on this.
Yes, Mike.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, yep. So I started to talk before the point of order, and I understand the point of order. I would like to continue that point to the original amendment that the city of Palmer has recently raised their sales tax by 1%, and the golf course rates. The golf course is now under management by the city. Golf course rates have gone up significantly. If you look at the greens fees, the cart rental fees, the buckets of balls. So they are they're going to be if they are successful, then this $50,000 is going to be above and beyond. And I think that this is a good amendment. I think that Palmer's sitting okay as far as the amount of revenue they will be getting from the sales tax and the golf course.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Is there an objection to this amendment being?
If I can get
There
the members
is.
in the room to go ahead and vote on the primary amendment. Assemblymember Bernier. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember Fonoff. Fonoff. I'm going to get this before we move on. Sumner, Bernier, and Gamble and Bowles in favor.
Yes, Mr. Fonoff.
I'd like to call the question
We need to adopt the mill rates first.
on that and actually get you that mill rate. Yeah. Do you have new numbers for us, Ms. Cheyenne?
You got a new number, Lonnie, because this last amendment.
Lower.
So the new area-wide mill rate is 7.955 and 0.16 still for the non-area-wide mill rate.
Ms. Stephanie?
Yeah, I move to continue ordinance 20. No. I move to set the mill rates at 7.955 area-wide and 0.16 non-area-wide.
Is there any objection?
There's a question.
We have a couple questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. May I ask Cheyenne a question? Cheyenne, at the area wide at 7.955, and you said the non-area wide is 0.169, is that correct?
160.
160, okay. What, is there an increase or a decrease in revenue to the borough?
There would be a decrease in revenue because we went from 7.966 to 7.955. But I think you're asking what the average taxpayer would pay?
No, what I'm asking is from last year's revenues to this year's revenues, is there an increase even with the decrease in the mill rate?
Yes, there would be an increase even with the decrease in
In
the mill
what
rate.
the borough takes in revenue, and do you know what
Yes.
that number is?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
I can get it for you tomorrow, though.
Appreciate it, thank you.
And what's that average out per? Thank you. I thought she was going to answer. Max, you're up after that. Okay.
So that changes. Originally, we had, it slightly changes it. That mill rate says the area-wide, the average residents for the borough between area-wide and non-area-wide would pay $54.20 less.
Okay. Now,
Is there any objection?
is there any objection in adopting this?
Adopting the area-wide and non-area-wide.
The area-wide and non-area-wide?
Just a question. When we do this, if we do this, are we done? Is it over? No more amendments, no more discussion?
One more.
We still have to adopt the ordinance. We're adopting the area-wide and non-area-wide mill rate.
Is there any objection?
No.
Seeing none, we have adopted our mill rates.
Is there any objection to the main motion?
Is there any objection to the main motion?
Assuming Dee's objecting.
No, she's not.
Can you turn your mic on, please?
I'm objecting to shutting this whole baby down and just no more discussion and the budget is over and we can all not even bother to come in next Tuesday, kind of like, I mean, that last part was facetious. But we are done, right? And I can't bear that, but so I'm certainly going to vote no. There's a lot more to be said.
Yes, Max.
I'll come hang out with you next Tuesday night if you want.
Anyone else got discussion on adopting? Okay, let's put it to a vote.
And get the members in the room to vote. Assemblymember Bowles.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember McKee and Bernier opposed.
Good on you, Ron.
I hate taxes.
And we got 15 minutes if we can cover comments in 15 minutes.
We'll start off with the attorney. Member McGee.
I guess the comment is a question. So this is, there's no more amendments, there's no more anything. Is that,
We
that's a
still have more
question?
meetings.
That's a question. Is it, there's no more
It's passed. We passed the budget.
Okay, so there's no way of really knowing tonight what the actual numbers are for the people whose
Yeah.
budgets are passed. Like, I don't even know at this point, and maybe that's just me, what do we give to whom?
It's in your budget book.
I know that, but I'd have to subtract all of the things that we did and didn't do and all what the effects of the amendments and things like that. Well, anyway, I regret that we did this because I just think it gave short shrift to a lot of stuff.
Mr. Sumner, parting comments.
I'm glad that we did a couple things, and I'm glad that we dealt with the schools, so we could give some people a little bit of certainty in the uncertain school district budget process, which we've all griped about how it works, that they don't really know their revenues until schools almost start sometimes. It's unfortunate, and I think we did a good job. You know, it wasn't the outcome that a lot of people wanted. You know, there's some sacrifices were made to keep the tax burden on our citizens low, but we did answer those questions. And also, I mean, I think it's been a very long time since the government, really any government, has said we're going to take less money from you rather than more every year. So that's something I think we should all be proud of. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Fawnoff, parting comments.
Thank you for this meeting. Thank you for the directors who stood here. Some of us did the best to try to wrap this thing tonight. So I think I asked Lonnie when's the last time it's been done in one night. She said long, many years ago. So at least first time since I'm being here. Hopefully we don't have to have you here for another night, but all of you were here, helpful, always providing us numbers. I think, Mike, I want to thank you for preparing a budget that was just very good. I mean, we did some tweaks, but overall it was prepared very well. I want to give you a lot of credit for that, because if we, fought for $25,000 or $50,000 for a while, I'm just thinking if you left more discretion for us to fight about, then we would probably need 3-4 nights on it. But we were able to get this thing done tonight, and I want to thank you for that. And special thank you to Deputy Mayor. I think you put up with a very lively debate today, and controlled it really well. And Ms. Lonnie, thank you for helping to navigate through the process. With sometimes calling the question, it seems like there's a little bit of confusion, but that's good that you explained to us. Just thankful to all of you to work with. As much as we disagree on certain things, I appreciate working with all of you.
Member Gamble?
Boy, you kind of stole all my thunder too. I just wanted to say to the manager, thank you for this budget. Like Assemblymember Fonov and Assemblymember Sumner said, you didn't give us a lot to chew on here. And so there weren't a lot of amendments. And if you hadn't have, we would have been here for 3 or 4 nights with like the one time we were here with over 20 amendments. So I appreciate that. And thanks to the directors for being here and for tightening your belts for this budget, so they could come in actually saving the taxpayers some money for a change. So appreciate it. And then we had some tough decisions this year. The schools, I mean, I had no idea that we were going to be dealing with that as we got into the budget cycle. And nobody likes to see money taken away from the kids and the kids being shuffled all over the borough. But unfortunately, that's the hand that we were dealt this year. And I think we did a good job. Thank you.
Member Bowles, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And yeah, I of course have to say the same thing. Thank you to all of the department directors, deputy manager, clerk, all staff for the work that they did on this budget. This is my first go around, and it was extremely tight. I did try to find stuff. I've been talking with a couple other assembly members for a couple of months now, and I've tried to figure out ways to shrink this thing down, and it was very difficult, and I didn't have any amendments because other assembly members did. And so I appreciate the debate. I appreciate the keeping the mill rate right where the manager had it to begin with. I think this is very good work, and I'm very, very happy with what we were able to do with this. And thank you, District 1, for putting me in this seat. It's a privilege to serve you in this position, and I hope you are pleased with this year's budget.
Member Nowers?
Yeah, I kind of hope no one was watching tonight. Some of that was really painful. Sometimes if you're the nail, you get the hammer. And sometimes you deserve that. But I think that what we did tonight to the city of Palmer was really disrespectful. And we didn't have to do it that way. We didn't have to do it at the last minute. We didn't have to do it without consulting them. I think that is something that we should never do, is just decide for somebody else without ever hearing their side. So that was painful, and I don't think we should ever do that again. And I hope some of the people who have opinions about the city of Palmer and don't like things that they're doing will reach out to the people in the city of Palmer and at least hear their side of the story. I think on schools, that is the most painful thing about this budget. Yes, we have cut the budget, but we're closing 3 schools in the Valley. And are we better for it? I think the question is still out there. But the train is leaving the station. There are more schools that are going to close if we keep going down this road. So if the community wants to see a change in that route, then they're going to need to come out and speak about it. So Ms. McKee and I were talking about neighborhood schools. Are we just going to get rid of neighborhood schools and replace them with something else? Or are we going to try to fix the things that are not working about our neighborhood schools and use that infrastructure and bring those kids back to the district? That's the opportunity I see. I'm not going to be able to make that happen on my own. It's a community decision. So the train has left the station. This is the first stop. This is where the rubber has hit the road. We've been doing this for a while, but this is where we're closing 3 schools. So people should know that. And if they want change, they should know they're on notice that we will be likely closing more schools next year unless things change.
Madam Mayor, are you on the phone?
I am. Thank you. I think you did an excellent job, sir. I should have taken a few more nights off around here, I guess. Anyway, yeah, and Assemblyperson McKee, I am in Soldotna, but I didn't get to hear the Secretary of Education. But I think if she heard what you guys did tonight, I think she would be pleased. And I understand she did tour some of the schools in the valley, either earlier today or yesterday. So thanks. Good night, everybody. See you soon.
God bless you, Mayor. We have
Can I make a quick comment?
one quickie.
I want to continue to work with our school board of making their dream reality.
Absolutely.
I want to express that. And I hope you heard that. And there is willingness here to work and dedicate a lot of time for it and put that building to a very good use. I just hopefully education related. And the last part, I guess this is, we might get a swipe that all of us gave ourselves a cut, but I actually want to go on record and say that to the Mr. Dawson who comes here always, you also got a tax cut. So we're not just the ones that are giving ourselves here a tax cut.
Miss Lonnie?
Don't throw rocks at me because I have to say this every year. So the Assembly has up until 5 o'clock tomorrow to reconsider. So I do not plan to cancel the meetings next Tuesday and Thursday until after 5 o'clock hits tomorrow.
Okay. Manager?
I'll be brief because I don't want to run into another extension. I just want to say thanks to the staff. Like the directors are the ones that dug in and did the real work, and really Cheyenne and Lindsay, great work as always. I don't want to attribute it to anything. Like I could say, oh, your workhorse, but that would not be a good thing to say. But they really do the heavy lifting. And so I appreciate you guys. Thanks for that work.
One question. Have we ever done the budget in one night? Okay. All right. I wanted to thank everyone out there. Thank you, Manager Brown. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cheyenne and staff, everyone. Years ago, I worked around a landscaper guy, and he had a real successful business, and name all over his stuff, and really decked out. And he pulled me to the side. We were talking. He says, you're supposed to put like 15% of your income back into your company in advertising. And I think between Matanuska School District might take a little bit of that to heart. And along with Valley Transit, and really treat it like a business. Other than that, I just wanted to thank you, Lord. Thank you for the Valley. Thank you for your mercy and your grace, Lord. Please bless our Valley. Please heal our communities. Our kids being misplaced and schools dropped, and really heal the communities, Lord. Give them strength and courage. Help them on their travels to new schools that they might be able to learn and really feel your love, Lord. Thank you for the spring. Thank you for your first responders. Thank you for all our veterans, Lord. Please help us in the valley. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Is there any objection to adjourning?
Is there any objection to adjourning?
We adjourned at 10:57.
We adjourned at 10:50.